Hi everyone, welcome to my channel Bluebird Magic, or welcome back if you've been here before. Okay, so today, as promised, I have another future spouse slash true love slash life partner slash forever person, you know, whatever term fits for you, reading. Anyway, so yeah, another future spouse reading. This one is all about how you will meet your future spouse, including where you'll meet them. I have location cards, and yeah, in this one we're gonna go really in depth. I like to get a lot of details, so it's like we're gonna get in general what's going on in your life and in their life at the time you guys meet, and then we're gonna get more specific about, like, you know, what specifically is going on the day you meet them in their life and in your life, or at least during the week that you meet. And we have location, and yeah, so basically everything you could want to know about, like, how, like, when you're going to meet them, basically, like when and where you're going to meet them. So, and like what's going on in your lives when you guys meet. Not as much about, like, how the first, like, there was a little bit about how, like, what it's like when you first meet for some of you, and then others it's more of a mystery. We might go into that more in another future spouse reading. But yeah, so anyway, if you're interested, we have 4 piles for you here today. We have and I'm going to show you the crystals in a second, by the way. And then I'm going to have a like, the way I'll do this is in this timestamps below. You can go to look at the crystals if you want to, or you can jump straight to the music meditation part of the video. So I'll have some, like, relaxing music playing, and you can meditate on the piles, so you can choose the right one for you. Okay, so anyway, 4 piles, group 1 with the smoky quartz. We've got all quartzes today. And this is smoky quartz. If she'll focus. There we go. Got smoky quartz here. Wish I could use both hands so you could see a little bit better. Okay, so that's the smoky quartz. And then for group, okay, for group 2, oops. Right. Okay, for group 2, we have hematoid quartz. I love this piece of quartz. I think it's so cool. You can't see it as well on camera. It's not really doing it justice, but it's very pretty. All right. So that's the hematoid quartz. And then, pretty sure that's how you say it. Sometimes I forget when I'm doing the crystals, but I think that's it. Okay, and then for this group, for group 3, we have an angel aura quartz sphere. And actually, I feel like it's, you guys got 2 objects because it wouldn't stay on its own, so I had to put it in something to keep it in its place. So actually, I have this little acorn cap, came off of a giant acorn that hit my car and then, like, bounced into the car. So I just thought it was like the perfect little acorn cap, and it was cool how it came to me, so I kept it. Anyway, so that's the first object, and then here is the Angel Aura Quartz. It's a little bit harder to see some of its colors, but you can see it a little bit. Angel Aura Quartz is a type of quartz that has had titanium, a thin layer of titanium bonded to the surface of the quartz. It is a natural quartz, but it has had a metal added to it. So I thought that was interesting when I learned about it. So anyway, there's your sphere. And then for pile 4, we have Lemurian quartz. So anyway, there you go. It's for group 4. All right. So those are your 4 groups to choose from. I'll give you a second now to get quiet and tap into your intuition and choose if you haven't chosen if you haven't chosen already. And I will see you in your reading. Oh, timestamps for everything are in the description box below. And I might also put them in pinned comments too. So, all right. So now you can pick, and I will see you in your reading. Okay, and if you still need a minute, you can pause the video and take as much time as you need. Hi Pile 1, welcome to your reading. Okay, so let's find out how you meet your future spouse / life partner / forever person / you know, whatever term fits for you, that person, you're one. Okay, so we're gonna find out how you meet them. Oh my gosh, I'm actually really excited. Okay, so before we get into the cards, I actually had 2 songs pop into my head before we started even. So, and I don't actually know how this goes with the reading yet because I haven't really done any of the cards. These are just 2 cards, one for you and one for your future spouse. But yeah, but anyway, sorry, I got distracted already. The first song that came through was, I think it's Stay With Me by, I think it's Sam Smith. And the other one was Falling by Alicia Keys. So I thought that was really interesting. So like, that's an interesting combo. It's like, it kind of does feel like there's, it does feel like they're a dynamic of like both of those kind of talk about someone feeling not so great and feeling kind of like conflicted and or sad, you know, and not really satisfied with where they currently are at with relationships, or like, you know, what's been going on. So I think that's interesting, that might be a state, because we're asking, like, we're in this reading, we're asking not only like where you guys might meet, but we're also looking at like maybe what's going on inside of you guys, or like what's going on in your lives at the time that you meet. So excuse me, I'm burping already. Okay, so we're going to take your smoky quartz and we're going to move it over to the side here. All right, so the way I'm going to do this is we're going to see, like, on one side we're going to do your future spouse, and then on the other side we're going to have you. So on this side we're going to have you, and on this side we're going to have your future wow, okay, your guides are here. All right, so, all right, things are moving. We're getting tapped in already. All right, so first we have memories for you guys. We have memories, cherished memories of loved ones. This is like, this was supposed to be like a general energy that you guys are probably going to be in at the time that you meet your future spouse. And then for them, we've got go with the flow, let things happen. All right. So, and it is possible that these could be flip-flopped. So like, you know, if it seems like one side really seems like you, like say this side really seems like you and this side doesn't really feel like you that much at all, then you could like flip them, because it might be switched. But for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to assume that this is the side that you're on, because that was my intention when I was shuffling them out. So, okay. So what I'm getting from this is I feel definitely your future spouse, at the time that you guys meet, they're going to be in a really receptive, just kind of like free-spirited place. They're going to be in a state of flow. They're just going to feel kind of easygoing about life in general. And yeah, like the card says, letting things happen. They're just kind of like going with the flow. They're in the flow of energy. They're just kind of working with the universe and kind of letting the universe guide them to like the best. I'm just really feeling like I'm kind of feeling Fool card with this for some reason too. It's like in the tarot, they just kind of feel like, yeah, they feel like they're just kind of open to explore and curious. They're going with the flow. They're letting the universe show them things and direct them in new places, and or, you know, direct them to go in new places, maybe, is something I'm feeling. Like it doesn't really feel like they have like a whole lot of plans at this stage. Like at the time you guys meet, it sort of feels like they're in a place where they're more like, they're like maybe open and ready for something new. And they're just kind of seeing how things go. It's like kind of like they don't really have much of a plan, or they don't have much, not to say that they don't have like anything together in their life, but it just feels kind of like they're in a state where they don't have like a fixed idea of what they're doing or where they're going. They are just kind of like open. They're more open. Like yeah. Like they're more easygoing about like how things work out. And it seems like that way of doing things is really kind of making a lot of things work out in their favor in their life. They feel very, like, I'm feeling like, yeah, they just feel like they're kind of free. and enjoying life. I just feel like they're really enjoying their life too more. We'll have to get into the rest of the cards, but yeah, at the time you guys meet, they're just like, they're receptive to the universe's direction, you know, instead of them deciding, oh, I want to have this specific thing happen and I'm going to find out how to make it happen. They're kind of just like, you know, I'm open to the magic. I'm just open to, like, I'm just kind of like feeling, universe, show me something amazing, you know, like, what beautiful things would you like to arrange for me today? Like, what kind of, yeah, I'm like feeling living in the moment, like, and just really enjoying like every cool synchronistic thing that happens in their life, like that happens in their day, and just really letting the universe guide them to like the best places to go, the best things to do. Yeah, like I feel like they're good like at being in the right place at the right time because they're open to the universe's guidance and suggestion, and like, yeah, like how this person's riding this wave on these rainbow fish. I just kind of feel like they just kind of let the universe take them places. It's sort of like I'm seeing them like as a butterfly, and like the wind carries them, you know, like they put out their wings, they take off, and then the wind guides them from there, like where to go. Or like how the water, like a current would pull them. Like they have to get in the water and swim into the water, but then from there the water's current they let the water's current take them wherever. If that makes sense. I don't know, that's kind of what I'm getting from this person, but definitely like more free-spirited, yeah, that's pretty much the best way I can go. They're going with the flow. They're in flow too. Like, they're not just not knowing where they're going in life. They know what they're doing by letting the universe guide them. They know they get the best results that way. So yeah, they're really good at staying in the state of flow. And I think they're really good at manifesting experiences they really enjoy that way. I think that works really well for them. Okay, so then on your side, it's a little bit different, I think. I feel like the thing I was really focusing on in this card when I saw this memories is the picture of these two people kissing here in the, I don't know if you can see it, but like, not sure if the camera will focus. But you see these two people here. It's like a couple kissing, and I thought to myself when I saw this, and then when I channeled the songs, I think it is possible that at the time you meet this person, you might actually still be kind of hung up on someone from your past, or you might be still like you may have gone through a recent breakup, either that or like you've been in kind of a toxic relationship, or like somewhat of an unhealthy relationship that was unbalanced in some way, that where it just didn't feel, it just wasn't it just wasn't healthy in some way. And like you might, I mean, for some of you, it's possible you might even still be with this person, like not, yeah, like you might still actually be with this person for a very small few of you. Like it doesn't have to be everyone watching this group. It could very well be that you're not still with this person. It's going to be like a variety. I'm sensing like it could be several different things with this group. But like, I feel like for some of you, you might actually still be with this person at the time that you meet your future spouse. But like, you know that it kind of feels more like you know this isn't really the person you want to be with, or you know that the relationship doesn't feel healthy, or you know that there's something toxic about this connection, not with your future spouse, but with the person you're still with, if you are still with the person. It's like a feeling of, and it might be like an on again, off again sort of a situation too for some of you. Or like something, you know, for others of you too, it might be sort of like one of those things where it's not super committed, or like it's sort of like things are, wow, I'm feeling, literally it feels like something's touching my arm. It's interesting. Like, okay, that is really weird. Okay. There's definitely a lot going on in this group. Sort of like a feeling of like, it kind of feels like it's almost like maybe you're also with someone where it's more of a casual thing, where there's not actually like a whole lot of like love there still, or like, you know, in some ways like this won't be long term, or like in some way it feels like, you know, it's sort of like deep down, you know, or maybe even not that deep down, you do know that like the person you're with is not the person you really want to like spend the rest of your life with. They're not really like exactly, like there's part of you, at least part of you knows that that's not really the person you, like if you really think about growing old with this person, or, you know, you think about staying with them forever or something, like, you know, you don't really want that. So there's like that sense, if it is where you're still with a person, that would be like the emotion you might be in. If you're not still with a person, like if you are single at the time that you meet your future spouse, this is interesting. Like, I hadn't expected this really, but I'm not sure why I didn't expect this, but like, anyway, for others of you that aren't still with a person, it feels like you might still be hung up on a person, or not completely hung up on them, but like you still think about this person, or you might still wonder about them. Like you might still like think, you know, reminisce about the relationship, or reminisce about this person, and maybe think to yourself or wonder, you know, if that was the one, or, you know, maybe you might just even just think about them sometimes, like, because you're just wondering. Some of you might even still be kind of wondering like what happened, or like, you know, what went wrong, or like why it didn't work out or something with this person. Because again, I'm going back to the channeled songs. It just kind of feels like it's either a situation where it's like you're not really madly in love with this person, but like you just kind of don't want to be alone, so you guys are together, or just because it's gotten familiar or something, and you know, you're that's also coming through, like you're afraid, maybe you just like don't want to break it off, but because it's become familiar and comfortable in a way, but it's also it's also toxic and not healthy anymore, or it's just the love isn't there anymore. So it's just, it doesn't really feel like it's a really fulfilling, healthy relationship anymore. It's like that feeling. Anyway, these are just examples like of scenarios that could be playing out at the time, but it's like that feeling. It's either that you're thinking about someone from your past, and like the relationship wasn't that healthy, or wasn't that fulfilling, or wasn't that great, but you still are thinking about it sometimes because like you kind of wonder if maybe there was something you could have done or something to make it work, or wondering why it didn't work out, or wondering why things went the way they did, or wondering why like that person acted the way that they did. In some way though, in some way I do guess in some way I do feel that you're thinking about another person. Yeah, like it's like you're thinking about another person from your past, or someone that, or like maybe even considering trying to get back with a person. Maybe that's another possibility. But yeah, it's almost like your mind, it's funny, when you meet your future spouse, it's almost like your mind is on someone else. It almost kind of feels like your mind is on someone else, like you're not expecting to meet your future spouse. And I hope none of you are upset with me, like, because maybe you were, I don't know, some of you might have, no, I think you're gonna know though that the person you were thinking of getting back with isn't like your future spouse type of a person. Like, I think this feels like a sort of a situation where like you would know, like on some level at least, that the person you were thinking of getting back with, or that you were still with, is not your future spouse. Like in your heart, you know that you don't really feel that way about that person, but it would be like a situation where you might just want to be with this person for now because you don't have anyone else in your life at the time, or it's kind of like that feeling. Or like maybe you're just afraid you're not going to find anyone better, or you're afraid you're not going to, almost like a feeling like you're worried you're not going to find anyone else. So maybe you're thinking of settling for this person. That could also be another feeling. Yeah, that's another feeling that's coming through. So, but I don't think you're going to be like resistant to meeting your future spouse though. Like, I don't think you're like, I feel like you're not going to be in a place where like you're dead set on the person you're with, or the person that you're thinking about. So I feel like this is an interesting energy, and like your future spouse is just like, I'm just going with the flow. I just get up and say, universe, take me where I'm meant to go. Like, you know, like what, like, yeah, like what am I going to do today? At least on that day, they're very like receptive to the universe's guidance and going with the flow. And, I do feel like in this group, some of you might have a connection to Archangel Gabriel, because they came out in like the decks, and I am like getting a lot of signs that I usually get when there's an archangel around. So I'm just throwing that out in case that's a confirmation for some of you. Oh my gosh. Oh, I keep getting all these weird sensations. Okay. This is an active group. Okay. And I don't know if this is like, I'll say it just in case this is like a synchronicity for someone, or like this is a sign, or you experience this, but it's like I keep feeling like there's I keep getting like tingling sensations like down the back of my neck, or like, yeah, or like it, yeah, it's kind of like tingling, or it kind of feels like someone very lightly, like, kind of feels like spider webs a little bit on the back, which is sometimes what I feel when spirits touch me, but not usually like. But I feel like that's not what's happening. I almost feel like it's like I'm feeling that because I just feel like for a couple of you at least, that might be something you've experienced. And this is kind of like, I'm actually feeling like one of your guides is here, and it actually might be a family member or something, but one of your guides is here, and I think they're like letting me know that like they do that to you. Like sometimes if you feel that sensation on like the back of your neck, like upper back area, it's like they're like rubbing your back or something. And like they wanted me to say that. This is going in a completely different direction. I did not expect this, but maybe that's sort of like a way that you might like be able to know that this is your reading or something, like an extra confirmation for some of you. Like if that's not a thing for you, that doesn't mean this isn't your group. But I just feel like that's for someone out there. That was really interesting. Okay, so let's dig a little bit deeper and see. Like maybe like what else might be going on the day that you meet them. Should we get the location cards yet, or should we kind of get an idea? Yeah, like should we get an idea of what you're going to be doing that day? Or like around the time, maybe not the specific day, but like the week maybe that, or the general time period when you meet them? Or should we do, like, find out the location first and then find out what's going on? Let's find out what's going on first. Okay, so these are like emotions or like actions, emotions cards that I made up. So this is my deck, so it's not very pretty, but oops. Anyway, there's a lot of things in here that can come out, but I'm just gonna get, oh no, they're telling me don't go with that one first. Oh my gosh, wait, no, that's not a thing. At first I thought this was a synchronicity, but it's not. It was like competitive on the bottom of the deck, but I'm like, no wait, that was another group, never mind. All right, now they're telling me tarot first, so all right, we'll do tarot first. We'll find out what else is going on in your life at the time. We'll go with you first, and then we'll do them. Like what's going on in your life at the time that you meet your future spouse. I feel like for some of you, this might almost be like a chance meeting because of how they're like in the go with the flow energy. I feel like this might be something that like neither, and you're kind of thinking about someone else, so it almost seems like you're not expecting this. Oops, like I think maybe neither one of you are expecting this, or at least your future spouse is kind of seems like they're not really expecting anything. They're just kind of like open for anything. I don't know, maybe they have anything, we'll see. Just kind of seems like they just know whatever it is, something good is going to happen. Oops. This deck does not want to shuffle nicely for me today. It's a new deck, so it's a little bit stiffer. And it's like a thick deck, so it's a little bit harder to shuffle like this. But even at that, I feel like it's giving me more trouble than usual, so that's interesting. And I'll do it one more time. All right. So, all right. So let's see. What is going on in pile one's life? What's going on in your life at the time that you meet your future spouse? All right, what's going on for pile one? All right, what is going on for pile one at the time that they meet their future spouse? You guys have at least least one, if not two angels. I feel like for most of you guys, I would not be surprised if you guys know that you have angels, like that you pray to, or that you know you have angels around you. Because I am picking up on, I'm actually picking up on two, but okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, so we've got the Lovers at the bottom of the deck when I'm asking what's going on in your life at the time that you meet your future spouse. And okay, that's interesting. We've got the Chariot. Here we go. We've got the Chariot. All right. Chariot. We've got the Emperor. And we've got the Eight of Wands. All right, I'm picking up on at least two archangels. Like before we mentioned Gabriel, he even came up in one of the cards, but I also heard Raphael and Uriel and yeah, Gabriel again. I knew that one. Raphael, Uriel, and maybe Michael. But Gabriel's coming through pretty strong. So that's just another thing for you guys. If you didn't know, I'm pretty sure those archangels actually are around you quite a bit. So that's just another message. All right. So yeah, we have the Lovers here. Oop. Okay. And the High Priestess. Okay. We've got Lovers, High Priestess coming out here, Five of Pentacles, and then the Sun. So I almost feel like it's like, yeah, you're feeling left out in the cold by someone else here. I mean, it is definitely bringing up like, because the Lovers can be a choice, you know, originally in the card, it was like a choice between two lovers, like a choice between two different people. So I just think that's interesting. But I'm feeling like it's like this feeling that like, you know, who's under here? Page of Swords. Excuse me again. I'm getting like this feeling like the person you're thinking about at the time you meet your future spouse, it's like, it's almost like it's almost like they keep kind of like leaving you out in the cold, or you kind of feel like left out by them a lot. It's something I'm feeling, or like it's like in some way you don't feel close to them, like emotionally. And it's like you don't, just kind of feeling like they don't light you up. Like it's like you don't feel that happy when you're with them. Like you don't feel joyful, and it doesn't feel like you guys bring out the best in each other. And that it just kind of feels like It's like on an intuitive level, like, you know, like it's like on an intuitive level, you're kind of feeling like you don't really, I feel like you don't you know, this person probably won't really make you that happy long term. Like, you're intuitively, you know, something is off with like the current person you're with. The Chariot, the Emperor, and the Eight of Wands. It's like, okay, what's going on in your life at the time? It looks like this is talking about, it looks like you're well on your way to like a level of a lot of success, or like you have gotten there already, because this is like, you know, fast movement, but it's like you're flying, you know, like you're really taking off is what I'm hearing. Like because this is a flying motorcycle. I'm feeling like you're really, yeah, you're really taking off, because it's like all of these Eight of Wands. I feel like you've got maybe a lot of projects, or like a lot of offers, or a lot of like a lot of opportunities. That's what I'm hearing. Like a lot of opportunities that are coming your way, like, and you've got like a lot of things up in the air. Things are up in the air. I don't know, but I feel like in a good, I don't know. Usually that means like things aren't decided, and it's sometimes a negative thing. But I'm kind of feeling like it kind of feels like all of these. It's like you've got several things in the works, and it's like a lot of things are going to be coming to fruition soon. It's like, it does feel like you've been working on several projects at once, or like several opportunities are like coming to you really, really quickly. And it feels like there's many, because with the Eight of Wands, it's like traditionally it's several wands flying through the air. So it's like, it does feel like you're expecting these opportunities to come in for you really soon. I feel almost like you're expecting, I'm hearing like you're expecting some results, or you're expecting something to yield results, or like you're expecting something, you're expectant of like it is like you're, what am I trying to say? It's like you're expecting results, or you're expecting, it's almost like, it's like a harvest. That's the word I'm looking for. It's like you're anticipating a harvest. That's like what I'm looking for. It's like you're anticipating like a harvest from something. Like you've planted the seeds, like you've planted several seeds, and it's sort of like you're anticipating like a harvest to come in, like almost all at once, or something. Like several projects are yielding results, or like several things you've been working on are like yielding results to you, maybe at like the same time, or like, yeah, like several things are like you're harvesting something. That's just what I keep hearing. Like you're anticipating results, or you're looking to harvest something, and it's more than one something around the same time. It's almost like there's multiple things that you're like expecting to go well, or to yield some sort of result, or, you know, that you're getting something from, that you worked on in the past, or you have been working on, all happening like at the same time or around the same time. So that's something going on at the time that you meet your future spouse. And it seems like this feels like it's having to do with your career, like these things that you're anticipating, these things that you're expecting to come in, these results. It's like, I really do feel, because like here I was saying this feels like taking off. It's like taking off, and this is like wands flying through the air. And I feel like you're expecting like your hard work to pay off. Like it is like you have like put several, like you've been working on several different things, or like you've been putting the work in and you're expecting those things to all yield results at like a similar time, like more than one thing at the same time is what I'm feeling. And you're feeling like you're taking off, or yeah, like things are really taking off for you. And I feel like it's career because we have the Emperor here. And I feel like that's kind of, so that'll be like the feeling you're in, is like you're kind of, as far as career is going, this is what you're focusing on in that department. Like you're expecting things, it's like you have taken off, or you're expecting things to take off. Or like you have taken off and you're expecting things to like go even further, like you're expecting even more things to happen. Yeah, and the Emperor like rules everything. I feel like you're going to be feeling like, I'm seeing the Crown, like it's like, yeah, it's like maybe you're expecting to get a position, maybe, or you have just gotten a position. Maybe for some of you, you might be like the head of a company, or you're in a position where you are a boss, or like you're in a leadership position of some sort. For others, you might be expecting some sort of award. Is another thing I'm hearing. So these are just examples of it could be that for you, or like some sort of accolade or award or recognition. Yeah, it definitely feels like you're anticipating recognition for your work. Maybe some of you have like entered a contest and you're awaiting results, because I kept mentioning results. Or it could just be that like you're in a leadership position and you've been working, like your career is taking off in some way. Maybe you're expecting to be like promoted to a leadership position too, for some of you. It's like for some of you, this could be about like an award or recognition or an accolade of some sort. And for others of you, it could be like you're expecting a promotion, or you're just, yeah, you're really expecting, yeah, your career to take off, and like all of these things that you've been working on to yield results. And I feel like you're feeling like you're either already in a really good position and you're anticipating taking another step to be in an even better position, in an even, sorry, I said that weird, I think, I don't know, even better position, or you haven't quite reached that position you are wanting to get to yet, but like at the time you meet them, you are like just about there. It seems like you're right on the brink. Like things are taking off, and definitely you are anticipating a really good harvest on something. So hopefully that's making sense. I've talked for a really long time about this, but I just wanted to make sure I had everything. And I definitely do feel like, again, the energy of the Lovers was still coming up. So it does seem like there definitely is someone else in your energy at the time, like on your mind. But again, like your intuition is kind of telling you they don't, like there's something wrong. Like your intuition is telling you there's something off. Like as far as them being like your spouse or like your long-term life partner, like it just doesn't feel, it's almost like, because we had the sun come up, the sun come out, it's almost like, it's like there's some part of you, at least on a deep level, that knows that they're like not, like it's like they don't, something about like not lighting up. It's like that's hard. It's really hard for me to describe what I'm feeling. It's like, well, on some intuitive level, it's like you just know something's not right with that person that you're thinking about. Like there's almost like some part of you that feels like something's missing. It's like there's this feeling, it's almost like part of you knows. And I really think the reason is because you know this person's out there on some level, on an intuitive level. It's like, I feel like this person is like the sun. Your future spouse is like the sun to you. It's like you light each other up, and it's like every time you see them, you know, like you light each other up, like you light up when you see each other, and it's just like so natural. And it's like they make you brighter and you make them brighter. It's like you bring out the very best in each other. And I feel like in this situation with this person you're going to be thinking of at the time that you meet them, they don't actually, that doesn't seem to really be happening. Like it just doesn't feel like you bring out the best in each other. It just kind of feels like, it's like, in some ways it feels like it's more like a convenience thing, or like more of a physical thing. Like maybe there's passion on that level, but it's like on a soul level or compatibility level, there's something that's not, it's not like it's not compatible in some way. And it doesn't feel particularly healthy, or it's almost like it's, yeah, anyway, so hopefully you know what I'm talking about, or you will when this happens, if this isn't anywhere near where you are at right now. But okay, so that's what it looks like is going to be happening around the time you meet your future spouse on your side. So now let's go over to their side and see what is going on in their life at the time that they meet you. All right, so shuffling a little bit easier too already on this side. So I was feeling like maybe some more resistance on your side. And it just kind of seems like maybe it's because you're focusing on other things at the time that this is going on. It's interesting. It's like you're focused in like every direction but this person's direction, I think. Like, I do not think you see this coming when you meet your future spouse. Like, I don't think you're like closed off to the idea or anything, but I don't think you're, like, it seems like you're in a place where you're not really thinking, like, you're not thinking or anticipating like, hey, I'm about to meet my future spouse when you meet them. Let's see what is going on for this person. see what's going on for your future spouse, see where they're at when you guys meet. Okay, that was quick. Okay, 3 of Wands and Queen of Swords. Here, I'll hold them up individually so you can see. And we've got 8 of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck. Okay, so, your future spouse, it's like, this is so cute. Look at the little unicorn horn on the panda. So cute. Okay, I just love this deck. I'm sorry, I can't use this deck without like gushing over how much I love this deck. Okay, it's new too, so. All right, Queen of Swords. All right, so, excuse me. I got a little excited there and I kind of choked on my spit a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. So, all right. With this 8 of Pentacles, I feel called to read the booklet. One second. Because this deck is a little bit different than the regular tarot. And it is just so cute. Okay, 8 of Pentacles. We have, okay, once, twice, and thrice. The more I practice, the more I suffice. Every day I do the grind, and more skills and efficiency I shall find. I'm always leveling up. What are you doing to catch up? Attention to detail. Practice makes perfect. Honing your craft. Okay. Shadow attributes. Perfectionism, workaholism. Workaholism. Yes. Okay, that's what it says. Obsessing over details. Okay. Well, it's interesting because I feel like, okay, yeah, your future spouse is working on their career too. I feel like they're in a slightly different phase maybe than you are. It kind of almost feels like you're almost like you have been putting in the work a lot, and now you're so, like, at the time it's sort of like it's like you're anticipating to receive like the fruits of your labor or something. And here I feel like your future spouse is like in active work mode. Like at the time, like in general in their life, at the time that they meet you, they're like really working hard on, yeah, they're really working hard on something. I'm really feeling like laser focus or like tunnel vision sort of thing, which is interesting since we had like the go with the flow thing. Because then this is like a very like focused practice, like repetition, working on something, honing their skill, honing their craft. Okay, so I'm feeling like then there's probably, excuse me again, there's like a nice balance in this person. It's like they're going with the flow in general. Like they're letting the universe guide them, but at the same time, they're putting in a lot of work into something, and they're very focused on that work. They're very focused on perfecting something, or, you know, like really getting better at really getting better at their skill, really getting better at whatever it is their craft is. For some of them, they might be in some sort of training or school, like some sort of education at the time that you guys meet. Or they're working on some sort of project. For some of you, they might be like an artist or some sort of, this could be a creative project, some sort of creative skill. I'm also hearing someone might be inventing something that's very specific, so that's probably only for a couple people, but like someone might be inventing something. Or researching something is another thing that I'm picking up on. So I'm picking up on a few different messages. So like those are some like specific examples that might apply for some of you. But whatever it is, I feel like it's career, or like it has something to do with career. Okay, I literally just heard crochet though, so I don't know this. I mean, I don't think that will be for all of you, obviously, but your future spouse might be working on crochet skills, which is an interesting specific message. But for most of you, I think it's going to be that they're really putting a lot of focus into their career, like, or, you know, their education, so that they can do a certain type of career. But it's like, it's an important skill that they're really working hard on, or like a product or something, like a project, a product, a skill that they're working at perfecting, or like as perfect as something can be, you know, like not saying that they're like a crazy perfectionist, because we had the go with the flow thing here too. So, but they are working very hard. They're putting in a lot of focus in this direction. Yeah, and what I'm seeing here though is that they are expectant. It's like here, I don't feel like you're expecting to beat them, but for some reason I am kind of feeling that vibe on your future spouse's side. Or it's not like they're not in like a place where they're like actively like, where is my future spouse sort of an energy, or like they're actively, I don't even feel like they're actively looking in that. I don't think they're even like, I don't even think they're like dating other people. I feel like they're probably most likely single at the time that they meet you. Like, I feel like they've maybe been single for a while, some of them. Because I'm getting the feeling here where, because it's like, let things happen. I feel like they're just sort of, okay, I know the energy. It's like in their career, they're very focused and they're like working on honing their skills. And like, that's where a lot of their focus is. Like in that sense, they're not really going with the flow as much. They're more in like an assertive, like actively going towards a goal of like, attaining this level of skill or success. But when it comes to their love life, they're more like go with the flow. They're like, let things happen. So I feel like they're probably not out there like looking to date or like on any dating apps or anything like that. I feel like what they're doing is they're just kind of sitting, they're more in the energy of like sitting back and being like, when it's the right time, when the universe will align me with this person and I will just like run into them or something, or like we'll just come together in a sort of magical way is kind of what I'm feeling like. And I'm feeling like, it's almost like they're in a more receptive place. Like, I'm going to let them come to me, or I'm going to let the universe align us. Like, I'm not going to try so hard anymore. So maybe this person did try to find their, you in the past, but they didn't. So they're just like, okay, instead of like trying to like make this happen, trying to like push forward and like forge ahead and try to find this person, I'm just gonna like sit back and say, okay, when it is the right time, the universe will bring us in, like they will bring my person to me. It's kind of like the feeling like, I know when it's right, they'll bring my future spouse to me. It's like that feeling, like they're trusting the universe with that. Because I'm seeing how, I definitely feel like your future spouse is spiritual, because and I feel like they're in a place where they've been like learning almost like learning their worth and like really like I feel like they've been working on their boundaries and like what they expect from a relationship, and like not taking less than they deserve, sort of is the feeling. Like I'm not accepting less than, yeah, than really good treatment. I kind of get the feeling like maybe in the past this person wasn't treated real well by people, or they just kind of accepted whoever came their way, and like however they were treated, they just, I feel like maybe some people didn't treat them really well. Kind of like they would walk all over them, or I just feel like this person may have struggled with boundaries, and also like just expecting to be treated well. It kind of feels like it was almost like they didn't, maybe in the far past, they didn't feel like they were worthy of like someone treating them well. Or like they just hadn't been, maybe they hadn't been treated well in childhood, and they were just still attracting people that didn't treat them well, and just kind of thinking that that was the best they could hope for or something. I'm getting that feeling like in the past that was kind of the place they were in. And then what they have been working on, you know, in the recent past, at the time that you guys meet, is they've been, you know, like I'm hearing like not taking people's, like not being treated badly anymore, like not taking people's bullshit anymore. I'm hearing kind of like, you know, like I'm also hearing like not making excuses is something I'm hearing for like other people's bad behavior. Or so maybe this person may have worked on codependency issues that they may have experienced in other relationships. But I feel like yeah, I'm getting the feeling that this person knows their worth now. Like this person knows that they deserve to be treated well, and they know what they're looking for, and they know how that was weird sounding. Like they know now like how they expect to be treated. They know how they want to be treated, and they know what they're willing to accept and what they're not willing to accept as far as how other people treat them. And like, yeah, it's like I'm just hearing like they're not accepting crap anymore. Like they're not accepting other people's crap anymore. And they're not just going to sit there and let people, yeah, this person has gotten like really strong and knows their worth. That's basically it. And they're awaiting that now. It's like they're happy where they're at, but they're like open, and they are like, they do have their eye on the horizon. Like they are like kind of like it's sort of like they're half waiting for their future spouse to come into their life. And they are receptive. Like they're in a receptive state to love. Excuse me. It's sort of like they're waiting for people to come to them, or like they're waiting for the universe to bring people to them. And they're like, yeah, they're more in a receptive place. Like they're sitting back and they're waiting for this to come in. They're waiting for the opportunities to come to them. And then they can decide whether this is somebody who, excuse me again, Like they're like deciding, is this something that looks like it's something I will... Yeah, I'm hearing like exacting standards, but like I don't think it's in a bad way, because I feel like in the past this person had very low expectations or very low standards for people and like how they would be treated. And like now they have much higher standards, but I think that's a good thing for them. Like, I don't feel like they're asking, like they would ask too much of someone. It doesn't feel like they just think that everyone should give them, like, I feel like all they want, I'm hearing fair. It's like they have a sense of fairness. Like they only want what's fair. Like they want fair treatment. They want it. I feel like a fairness and balanced, like a balanced energy from this person, like a fairness. Yeah, like they want what's fair. It's like I treat others with respect. I treat others with kindness. I'm very generous. I treat others with compassion. I'm there for others. I'm loyal. I'm kind. I'm there for... I show up for my partner. I'm honest. I'm willing to put a lot of work into a relationship. And I know I have a lot of love to give. And so I expect the same in return now. And I'm not willing to settle for less. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm feeling. That's what they're thinking, like at the time that you guys meet. That's like the state that they're in. So I think this is healthy for them. I feel like they're, yeah, like they know what they want, and they, yeah. I actually think your future spouse seems like a cool person. I mean, you're a cool person too. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm almost like hearing like in the past they may have thought in ways like, oh, they may have thought like, am I good enough for this person? And now they're more in the state of like, is this person, you know, is this person what I want? Instead of thinking, oh, am I good enough for this person? They're actually like assessing other people and being like, well, does this person have what I want? You know, like, yeah, it's just like they're more focused on, I'm just like, yeah, sorry, I've covered this enough, but it's like they know what they want, or yeah, it's like they know what they're worth and they're not settling for less. Yes. Okay. That's what I'm feeling. Okay. So let's see if we can go a little bit further and see what, oops. Uh-oh. I hope that wasn't too loud. We'll find out. So let's see if we can figure out like a location or something where you guys might actually meet. I'm not sure if this is gonna work. Like, I wonder if I'll even get cards, but I'm pretty sure it will work, but we'll see. I wonder if we'll just get one card or if we'll get multiple ones, like a possibility, like several possibilities, or like since it's a general reading, if they'll spit out more than one card, because maybe it'll be different for each person watching. I'm not sure. We'll see. It's part of the excitement of live shuffling. I don't know what's going to come out. Okay, well, I mean, it's not like live, like, but you know, like I'm shuffling in front of the camera. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Where might pile one meet this person? Where might they meet their future spouse? All right, guys, where might they meet them? Where are they most likely to meet their future spouse? Where are they going to meet their future spouse? Where are they going to meet? Okay. Well, I did wonder if it was going to be more than one thing coming out. Okay, we've got house or home on the bottom of the deck, so I do feel like I should bring that up. My handwriting was absolutely dreadful when I channeled these because I wasn't meaning to make it look nice. I was just kind of scribbling them down. Okay, so we've got, here's our possibilities here, guys. I guess there are several possibilities here of where you might meet them. We've got salon, spa, like this one card says like salon slash spa slash barber slash nail care place. I guess that would be a salon, or slash massage therapy. Okay, so that's like a salon slash spa type of someplace where like they care for your body in some way is one possibility. We've got nature slash outside. So that's another possibility. You might meet them while you're outside. Maybe you'll be on a walk or like, yeah, like maybe you'll be out for a walk or walking to work or biking or yeah, hiking. Many different things you could be doing outside. Then we have airport or on a plane. So for some of you, you might meet them on a plane or at an airport. We've got online slash internet. Okay, so it kind of seems like you might meet them anywhere. Almost. We've got a store slash shop slash market. So you could meet them at like an outdoor market. You can meet them on, maybe you meet, yeah, or a store of any sort. And then we've got sports slash competition. So some of you might meet them at a sports game. Some of them might be playing in a sport is another thing that I heard too. For some of you. So yeah, these are the options here. We've got either someplace where like they care for your body, like a salon or a spa, or like where they cut your hair. We've got nature outside. We've got airport or on a plane. We've got online slash on the internet. We've got store or a shop or market. And we've got sport or competition. So that's really interesting. Okay, so these are the locations that you might meet your future spouse in. Okay, I'm gonna have to ask, like, what is gonna happen? Like when you got, or because on the bottom of the deck we had house or home, you might be at home when you meet them. Like it would be kind of interesting. I'm not sure why they would end up at your door, but could be the case. I mean, maybe someone's dog gets loose and it ends up running into your yard and then they run after it into your yard and then boom, you guys meet. I don't know why that story's coming into my mind, but I guess it could happen for some of you. Or like, that's just very specific, but one of you, that might be how it happens. I don't know. Probably just came up with something, but if you met them online, the house home thing would make sense for that too. So, okay. So I've got to get a few more details about like how, I mean, it looks like for a lot of you, it's going to be like, there's a variety of choices here. So it seems pretty varied in this group, but we will see what else they might tell us about when you meet them. Like what happens during the meeting. Like now this is just a mess. You know what? I'm going to move these over to the side because hopefully you've had enough time to look at them, because I feel like I need the room to shuffle without everything flying everywhere. Okay. Excuse me. My throat's all weird today. Okay. Going to, you know what? No, because I'm going to shuffle these back in and like cleanse the deck. So, where do I put you? No, I don't want to put you there. I'll put you here. Okay, there we go. And, all right. Oops, I didn't grab that part of the deck. Well, that's okay. All right, so what happens? What is their first meeting like? What is it like when they meet? All right. So we've got the world on the bottom of the deck. And she looks really happy. Oops, the camera's about to die. I'll have to replace that battery really soon. But okay, we've got the world. She looks really happy. I'm kind of feeling like we'll see, but okay. We've got the Knight of Swords. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, camera died. Okay. So, and now the lighting's different. Okay. So, we had Knight of Swords. We have Page of Wands. Oops. Page of Wands. We have Judgment. And I'm burping again. We have Judgment. And we have Five of Cups. Okay, so yeah, okay, the first thing I'm hearing, okay, I feel like when you meet each other, I'm just hearing releasing the past. Because like there's this, releasing out of her chest. I feel like, and this is like releasing the wand, like throwing the wand up. I feel like, and this is sort of like something going down the drain, like releasing out of this cup and pouring down the drain. It's like releasing. It's like releasing something disappointing. And there's like this newness energy and fast movement. Like, okay, what I'm getting from this, what I'm getting from this, I feel like you, for some reason, I feel like this is you, that you'll like be the one that's gonna, and I guess it's because your future spouse seems like they're more in a receptive energy. So I guess that's why I feel kind of like this is you. I almost feel like with the Knight of Swords, it's like a fast moving energy. It's like a kind of an aggressive energy sometimes. It's like it's really going for it. So I almost feel like, and see how he has the crossbow on his back? And he's running towards his motorcycle. I feel like when you see, I almost feel like you might see them first when you meet. And I feel like when you see them, it feels like when you see them, it's almost like you know. It does kind of feel like a love at first sight sort of in a situation, at least on your end. Because I really feel it's like when you see them, it's like you know where you're going. You're like, yes, that's my person. Like, that's them. And it's almost like everything, it's almost like you, it's almost like you just like drop, okay, well that sounds kind of bad, like you just drop everyone from, well, I'm not in that way, but well, it just feels like it's like you're like, no, that's what I'm looking for. Like, forget everything else. Like, forget all of these like relationships that were toxic or, you know, not fulfilling or not, you know, just weren't healthy or weren't helpful in some way. Like, it's like you're ready to let go of that relationship, whether you are still with this person when you meet your future spouse, or whether it's like this is just someone you were thinking about getting back together with, or you were just thinking about them. It's like you're ready to like, it's like when you see your future spouse, it's like that, it almost feels like when you see your future spouse for the first time, it's like that's it for you. It's like you know that's it. It's like you know they're it. Like, you know that's your person. And it's like then it's just like the other person, or like the other relationships you've had, it's almost like it's like you just release like it's not even hard. It's like you're just ready to let all of that go. It's like, it's almost like what I'm getting this feeling of is that it's almost like they vanish, or like it evaporates, because like this is coming out. It's kind of a weird energy, but it's like, because she's like tossing this wand behind her, like up in the air, and like this is also like being released up in the air, and this is being released down a drain. It just feels like you're like, you know where you're headed, and you're ready, like it's like you're ready to make a beeline for your future spouse. You're like, that is my person, and you release you release whatever this relationship was, like you release the past. It almost feels like it's more than just the relationship you're releasing. It's like you release, it's like you're releasing a lot of something. Like you're releasing more than just this person from your past. It's like when you see your future spouse, it's like you suddenly know what it was that you had really been looking for. And you definitely know that this person you were thinking of before is not it, and you know that this other person is. It's almost like, I almost wonder if some of you may have had like feelings of like not, like maybe if you wondered if you just, I wonder if some of you wondered if you had problems committing. Like if some of you wondered like if there was something wrong with you, or like if it was just like a flaw of yours, or like a problem that you had to work through, like feeling like because you didn't feel like you could commit or wanted to commit to past relationships, or like this past person you're thinking of. And I almost wonder if you wondered, I wonder if you wondered if it was you. Like, and like it was like something that you needed to fix in yourself or something, like. And like when you meet your future spouse, like you will suddenly know, like, oh my God, no, it wasn't me. Like it wasn't just that I couldn't commit to anyone. It was just that I knew on an intuitive level, or I knew deep down that this wasn't the right person for me. That this other situation was not the right person for me. And that's why I felt like I couldn't commit, because it just actually really wasn't the right person. And it's like when you meet this person, it's almost like, it's funny because I feel like in the past it was always like things were like kind of up in the air, or like left, it just felt like things were not, like there wasn't a sense of commitment in the past. And then it's funny because with this person it's like immediate, or I won't say like immediate, like, well, it's pretty close. The energy that I'm getting, I mean, with the Knight of Swords, it's like, it almost feels like immediate. Like when you meet this person, or when you see this person, it's just like this really intense feeling of like trust, or it just feels like you've known them before, or for some reason it just feels like there's such a click in you that you're just like, almost like it's crazy, but it's like it does feel like you know this is your future spouse, or like you know this is the one, like when you see them for the first time. Wow, that is intense. That is crazy, pile one. But I do feel, I mean, I am feeling that, like you, oh, there goes the candle blowing itself out. Oop, and there it goes. I really feel like it's like, yeah. It's like in that moment, you know that it wasn't, it's like, you know why it didn't work out with the other people, and you know why you felt like you didn't, really want to commit, or like make things official, or like stay long term with the other person, because you know then that like it was because you hadn't met this person yet. Because you hadn't met your future spouse yet. And when you do, it just feels like it's so quick. Like, I guess I can't say for sure it will be every single one of you. It's like the moment you meet them. But I think for a lot of you, it actually is like the first time you see them. It's like, you know. And it's not like a super intense, like just physical attraction. It's not even like that sort of a feeling. It's just like an instant feeling of like I'm not saying there isn't that. There's that aspect of things too. Like you are obviously very attracted to them, but it's like, but it's way deeper than that. It's just like it's like an instant feeling of like trust. Or like a feeling, I think it's like a soul recognition, honestly. Like it's like your souls recognize each other and you just feel comfortable. It's almost like when you see them, you're like, it does feel like, it is almost like you're seeing your soul. What I'm hearing is it's like you're seeing your soul in another body, or it feels like it's like you trust them because it's like your soul is in another. It's like it's your soul in another body is sort of like the feeling. It's like there's like something, it just feels like so similar or so familiar. I would not be surprised if you guys, like some of you might identify with the term twin flame, or this is a soulmate though, whether that's a term that you use or not. You are soulmates. Like it almost is like you are the same soul, or I mean, it is that really strong feeling. But I don't sense like a dynamic that you like frequently hear with twin flames. It's like one of those things where this feels like love at first sight, and you're like, that is my person. Like, I know this is my one person. Like and I do feel like for this group, it might be a little bit strange for some of you. For some of you, it might be like strange to hear this, or like thinking, I don't know. Maybe it's not, but like, I feel like in the past it may not have been that. And that's because it wasn't your soulmate. It wasn't this person. But when you meet them, it's going to feel like this. Like, I feel like you're going to know right away. And it won't be like, maybe this is my soulmate. It'll be like, this is my soulmate. It's like the feeling. It's like really strong. Like, I'm just kind of hearing like drop everything. Well, I'm not saying like drop everything and like everything you're doing in like your life and then like just run off with this person, but it is kind of like that feeling like you want to on some level or something. It's just like you want to just like forget everything that's going on, and like I don't know, I feel like it does feel kind of like that. Maybe you literally do drop everything. You may drop something, like I'm feeling like for some of you, like maybe you drop something that you're holding, like when you see this person, or they drop something when they see you. I am like getting that feeling like you dropped something. Or maybe, yeah, one of you dropped something and the other one like picks it up, or aw. Or it's like this feeling of like whatever you're doing, it's like you completely forget what you're doing when you see them for the first time. Or like it's something like about, like, I'm just hearing like drop everything, like you stop everything you're doing. Like to look at this person and like to meet this person. It's something like that. I think that's all they're going to give me. I want to know more. I'm going to get nosier. Let's see. I don't know if they'll give me anything else, but okay. All right. So then how does... Okay, we're seeing like how they feel. Like that's like on their side when they see this person. Now, how does the other person feel like when they meet? Like, what's... Ooh. Haha. Okay, they feel like they manifested you. We've got 7 of Pentacles. Eight of Wands. Yeah, I almost feel like they're like, oh my gosh. Like I had expected it, and like I knew it would come to me eventually. I knew it was like inevitable. Yeah, they feel like you're their soulmate too. Oh my gosh, this is a soulmate card. 6 of Cups. And this is the 7 of Pentacles, but you can see like the seeds he planted are growing into something. Yeah, I feel like they manifested you. They feel like you are a soulmate when they meet you too. Oh, I feel like for some of you, they dreamt of you. That's interesting. 7 of Cups. Yeah. Because I know that this card typically has a different meaning, the 7 of Cups, but for me, a lot of times when I pull it, it means, you know, it can also mean like dreams. Because in the traditional one, it's like he's looking at all of these cups that all have like different things in them. And it kind of looks like he's like having this vision of all of these cups. And I don't know, it just has always, for me, for some reason, it just has always translated into dreams. Or not always when it comes up, but like frequently it will mean that. Oh, and I feel like, yeah. Also, I feel like, yeah, it's, oop. That's interesting. I'm also hearing like, it's like you're everything they dreamed of, or like you're everything they'd hoped for. That's like something I'm hearing. You know how like we talked about them saying that they, you know, that like they have they know their worth now and they have like higher standards. Well, it seems like you fit everything they had hoped for. It's like everything that they had wished for, everything that they had hoped to manifest in a partner. It's like you fit everything for them. So the feeling definitely seems to be mutual here, very mutual. And I feel like for a lot of you, it's very possible that they literally did have dreams of you, because I mentioned this person does seem like a very spiritual person. Yeah. Yeah, they feel like they, yeah, okay. The feeling is definitely mutual when you guys meet. Yeah, they feel like this is kind of a magical thing. Like they manifested this. It's like they were working on manifesting their soulmate, working on manifesting their future spouse, and they put it in the universe's hands, and they're like, I know it'll align now when it's meant to. And then when you come into their life, they're like, oh my God, this is it. And they're like, wow, it's like you're like everything they dreamed of, and they may have literally dreamed of you. But so it seems very similar on their side too. It's like, yeah. Like I'm hearing like, I knew you were coming. Like I was told you were coming. Okay, I keep hearing that. Like almost like maybe this person had like a bunch of signs or something from the universe. Like maybe they'd been following signs, like saying, maybe they'd been following readings saying you're going to meet your soulmate soon or something, or other signs. or they just had a sense that it was time, or they've been having dreams. But yeah, and then when you show up, there is kind of a sense of, I mean, I'm kind of feeling like surprised, but also not completely, because it's like a pleasantly, it's like, wow, I can't believe this actually happened, because it's so amazing. Like they're really excited to meet you. This is 7 and 7. 767 might be a number you guys might see too frequently, or maybe this is like a sign that you're going to meet them soon if you start seeing 767, or just a lot of sevens. Maybe 717. It's also kind of a strange message to come up, and I'm not sure why it's coming up. I'm not sure why this would be relevant information, but I'm hearing that this person, it's like you are one of several different soulmates that this person could have had. Like because of the 7. It's so weird that this is how it's coming up, but it's almost like you're one of 7 soulmates that they could have had. Maybe you also could have had 7 like potentials. I don't know why that's coming up. That's really interesting. You know what? It's and it might not be 7, but it might be like this person, like there was another soulmate. I wonder if this might be a clue to you, although it kind of seems like when you meet them, you kind of seem like you know all of a sudden, like you just know. But another confirmation might be this person may have actually had like a soulmate in the past, like a different soulmate that they were with. Their soul, honestly, this person may have lost a soulmate, or they might have they might actually have a soulmate on the, I'm not sure why other soulmates are coming up in this reading about them, but it's sort of like I'm getting this image where, okay, I don't know why this is coming up, but it's like I think their soulmate, one of your future spouse's soulmates is a dog. Like one of your future spouse's soulmates is a dog. And I feel like they have other soulmates around them that are not like romantic soulmates, but like they are soulmates. Like they have other soulmates around them. And it's almost like you're part of the same soul family. Okay, this is interesting. This is an interesting, oh my gosh, they're getting so long again. Oh, no, I did it again. It's so hard to make these short. I don't know. So much starts coming through, but I want to get the message out. I just go so deep into these things. Anyway. Okay, yeah. It's like the message is, it's like it's like they're aware that they have other soulmates around them. Okay, and it's like you're part of this person's soul group because you're soulmates. You're part of the same soul group, and it's almost like the message I'm getting is like, as when you meet this person, it's not just that you're meeting. It's not even just that this person is coming into your life that's special to you because they're your future spouse, but it's like the other soulmates this person has around them are also soulmates to you. So it's like when you meet them, you don't only just meet your romantic soulmate, you don't just meet your future spouse, you also get to meet these other soulmates of yours, because it's like this person's soulmates are also soulmates to you. In a non-romantic sense, if that makes sense. So they might have like family around them that are soulmates, or friends that are soulmates, and it's like these soulmates of theirs are also soulmates of yours. So through meeting this person, you not only meet your future spouse, but you also meet these other soulmates of yours. And that's like a beautiful part of your life too. Oh my gosh, wow, I'm getting chills. I don't know why, but wow, this is a cool reading. Like, I don't know, this is some detailed stuff that I hadn't expected to come up. Wow. Okay, I think I'm going to end it there, guys, though. I think it's long enough. So yeah, this is how you're going to meet your future spouse. And this was a really fun reading to do. If you're still with me, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for being with me thank you for watching. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for sharing your energy with me and letting me read for you. And I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope to see you again sometime soon. If you like the reading, if you could let me know, if you want to comment and give the video a thumbs up, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. And if you have subscribed, then thank you very much. It's so nice to have you here. But anyway, thank you again, Pile 1. This was really fun to do. I really enjoyed it a lot. I am wishing you so much luck in meeting your future soulmate, or your future spouse, your future person, your future partner. I really hope this happens. I'm not sure when this will happen for you, but this lets you know what's going on around the time. So, yeah. But I hope the time goes quickly between, while you're waiting to meet them. Like, I hope it feels like you get to meet them soon. So, all right. Yeah, I'm just wishing you so much happiness with your future spouse. I'm excited for you guys. Okay. Thank you again. Take care, Pile 1. Bye. Hi, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading. Okay, so let's find out how you meet your future spouse. I'm so excited. Okay, I really love these readings. These are really fun to do. It's just so nice to tap into the energy of love that is like, I just love these future spouse readings, because you're tapping into like the energy of like love that's good, that's healthy, and is really nice. So I just love doing these readings. They're great. Anyway, so thank you for being here, and hopefully you're going to enjoy it too. And hopefully, yeah. Okay, I don't remember what I was going to say, but anyway, all right, let's get into your cards. Oh, before I start, actually, before I started your group, I heard a song, Positions by Ariana Grande. I keep hearing that song. I think I heard that in the last reading that I did too. And I'm not sure why, because actually I haven't really listened to that song in a while, but that's an interesting synchronicity that I heard it again. But I think I might know what that's about. Like, we'll lay out the cards and see, but I have an idea. Anyway, okay, so we'll take your crystal. Love this. I love this piece of quartz. I just think it's so beautiful. And then we'll move it over here. All right. So the way we're going to do this is, on this side is going to be your side, and this side is going to be your future spouse's or life partner, forever person, whatever term fits for you. We are going to, oops, hang on. Okay, so basically, yeah, you're going to be on this side, and then your person's going to be on this side. But If you can flip-flop them, like if I start laying out the cards and it seems actually like this side seems more like you and then this side could be them, but for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to assume that this side is you and read the cards that way, but you can flip them if that is what resonates for you. But yeah, so the intention though is for this to be your side and then this to be their side. So, okay. And then, so I'm going to lay out the cards and like see what's going on for each of you that way. So we'll see how this works. All right. So for your side, we had 7 heavenly virtues, and these 2 cards are like signifying what's going on in your lives in general, like at the time that you meet. So like a general overview of your energy. So we've got 7 heavenly virtues here with keys to goodness. It says keys to goodness. All right. And then we have on their side, we have competition, summon courage, and self-confidence. So, okay. So the first thing I was thinking, especially with the song coming up, it kind of made me think, like the first thought that came up was sort of like, it's not really the meaning of the song, but like the only lyrics that were really replaying themselves was, I'll be switching up positions for you. So I was getting this feeling of almost like you guys would be switching places. Like as far as like your energy is concerned, it almost, there's like sort of an opposites sort of feeling in this group. Like you're opposites in some way. Like your energy is sort of opposite in some, yeah, like, or your personalities in some way are very different. Or, you know, something, but I feel, or something about you is very different. Like your way of going about things in life, your way, like maybe your approach to life, something like that is very different in some way. But like obviously, so it's like an opposites attract sort of a thing. But like obviously you guys have a very harmonious dynamic. I'm attracted to the eyes of the tiger on this one. It almost looks, because it's like looking in the direction of this card. I feel like this person is very, I think your future spouse is the one that sees you first. That's just something that, like, we're not into that part yet, but that's just something that's coming out from this. And I feel like they're the ones that like see you first, and I think they're kind of the ones that like pursue you when you guys first meet. Like they're the ones to make their first move, I think. And yeah, I'm feeling like from your future spouse, I'm more like a very strong and confident personality, like very bold and like a very masculine energy, like very courageous, and like the card says, courageous, self-confidence. Yeah, I feel like they are very confident, they are brave, they're courageous, they're bold, they go after what they want. Like yeah, I'm feeling like there's a lot of power to this person. Like they're not the one, like they're not one to like back down from a challenge. Like, yeah, I just really feel like it's almost like there are no obstacles like that this person can't overcome. It really feels like they're a very strong person. And I'm feeling a lot in my solar plexus. So I just really feel like they are very confident. I don't feel like it's like I don't feel like it's in an egotistical way. I just think they know that like if they really put their work and their effort and like if they put a lot of time, it just feels like they know that if they really apply themselves, they just feel like there's nothing or I won't say nothing, but there's very little that they couldn't accomplish if they really, really set their mind to working on something. And I feel like this is the type of person that's very dedicated to whatever they're doing. I'm also hearing that like, yeah, I'm just hearing that they're not afraid of a challenge. They're not afraid of something difficult coming up because I don't feel like they easily get scared away, or like I feel like if there's any sort of challenge that comes up, they face it like head on and they just take it one step at a time until it's resolved. I feel like this person's really good at resolving conflict too. Like that's something that's coming up. I'm definitely getting like sort of a leadership energy from them, like a very, because I do feel like the resolving conflict thing is coming up a lot. Like they know how to resolve a conflict, or they know how to resolve a problem. Yeah. And it's like they don't, it just really feels like a very like a determined and dedicated energy where it's like they don't just run away. Like if something difficult came up, their way of dealing with it isn't to avoid the situation. They really go all in. Like they really, like they will calmly sit down and be like, okay, how do we fix this? Or how do we resolve this? Because they just kind of don't, it's kind of like they just kind of don't accept that things can't be resolved in like a peaceful, or like, it just kind of feels like they always feel like there's a solution, or they always feel like there's always a solution. There's always some way that something can be. I really am feeling like a sort of mediator energy, or like someone who does negotiations or something. I don't know, but I feel like this person's very well respected too in whatever they do. So that's coming up, but they're very strong and they have a very powerful presence, like the tiger here. And I really would be surprised if they're not in some sort of leadership position, because it really feels like that. but they just kind of feel like in a relationship, they would kind of feel like sort of like a rock, or, you know, like just very, like someone that a lot of people depend on, I think. You know, or like someone who a lot of people count on them or depend on them. And like they always show up for the people who need them. They always show up. Like they're very responsible, and I think they take their job very seriously, and they take their relationships seriously. This does not feel like the type of person to, like, I just feel like this person really cares about the people that are around them, and like always shows up for the people that they love. Or yeah, shows up for the people who are counting on them, shows up for the people that they love. And I feel like they do carry a lot of responsibility. And they have a lot of, yeah, they really do command a lot of, like, not command respect like they make people respect them, but like a lot of people just naturally respect them because they seem like a very, almost like a noble energy, or like, you know, like I feel like they have a really good moral compass, and they just seem very responsible, and like it's and respectful of others. And yeah, I just feel like they're very, like, a lot of people respect this person. And they carry a lot of responsibilities. I'm also feeling that for some of them, it doesn't have to be this, but they could be a fire sign. Or like it could be like their sun, moon, or rising. Fire signs being Sagittarius, Leo, and Aries. But yeah, okay, sorry. So, okay, that went a little bit longer than I thought it was going to. This keeps happening. Anyway, so that's a description of the general energy they're in at the time that you guys meet. And then for you, I feel like, you are more of like a receptive type of energy, like a more of a feminine type of energy where, well, first of all, with the 7 heavenly virtues coming out, I have to say that it seems like you are a very, very good person. And I think that you also take your commitments to others seriously, and like you care. I think you're a very warm and caring person. Or like, I feel like you're a very caring person for others. And I'm also hearing maybe for animals too. I feel a lot of nurturing energy, and I just think you have, I feel like you have a lot of good karma built up from the good deeds that you've done for others. I really just feel like you're a very kind and caring person. I feel like you give a lot to others. It's like you also care for others too. It's interesting. It's like you guys are a match in that you both have your ways of like, you very much care for others, and you take like how you act, like you both have a very strong sense of morality. I think like you have a very strong moral compass, but it's like the ways in which you give to others, or the ways in which you care for others is different. Like the way you give to others is different. So like you go about it in different ways. Like for them, it feels more like they protect people. They are like in a leadership position. They help people to get along. They help to overcome conflicts. They resolve conflicts. They fix things. They come up with solutions to problems. They kind of take charge of situations that might be difficult, and they find solutions. They find ways of resolving things. Yeah, it's like they kind of do it in a take charge way, like in a leadership way, and they solve problems, and also like I'm also feeling like if someone needed help, like they would be the ones to show up and like, or call someone for help for that. I don't know. It feels like they would be the ones to show up to like help with something. I don't know, like if something needed fixed, I can see, like if someone had a flat tire, I can see them like showing up to change their tire or something, or at least being able to tell the person how to do it. I just kind of feel like when anyone needs help with something like more practical maybe, or like when someone needs like a problem solved, they go to this person, or whenever there's a conflict, it's like this person can step in. It just feels like solutions to problems, etc. And I feel like for you, the way you help others is more like just almost more like your not only just your presence, but your presence is just very like soothing and calming and uplifting to people. I think that it's like I think you're very giving, in that maybe like you give of your time and just being there for people. And I do feel like you're comforting. You're emotionally available to people. Like you're really good at listening. I'm just feeling like, yeah, I just feel like you're really good at listening, and people go to you for like almost like they go to you for like understanding, or like just emotional comfort in some way. I feel like you radiate like a warmth, and people feel like safe in your presence. Like they feel safe to be vulnerable with you, I think, or they feel like, I'm also hearing like their secrets are safe with you maybe, or people just feel like they can trust you, like you're trustworthy, and that, yeah, like they trust you to always have like you always have people's backs, and you don't, yeah, like you have a really strong sense of friendship too, and like you're very trustworthy. You never betray people's trust or their confidence. And I definitely, it's like, I just feel like you're a really, really good friend, and I feel like you're very caring. It's sort of like you would be, like if someone needed someone to talk to, or someone to understand, or even just someone to be around when they weren't feeling very good, or they weren't feeling very safe, they would feel like they were always safe with you. And that you wouldn't judge them for not feeling happy all the time, or I do feel like a very, it does just feel very like a masculine and feminine energy in like, yeah, it really does. Because it's like your way of caring is more motherly and their way of caring is more like traditionally like what we consider fatherly. Like it is that sort of dynamic. It's like, they would have the advice on how to fix things and like showing up and protecting people. And like you would be the one to like, you know, to feed everyone and be like, how is everyone feeling? Like, you know, and like making sure everybody has what they need to feel like safe and happy and content. Like emotionally, and just like you're really good at helping people feel comfortable. That's something I'm really getting, I think, the most, is you're really good at helping people feel comfortable. And like heard and seen and cared about. Like people really feel loved and cared about around you. You're really good at helping people to feel loved and cared about. And like they you know that they matter, and that it's like you see the specialness, like the uniqueness and the specialness in everybody. And you're really good at helping people to feel that about themselves. Or like reflect that to people, like show people that about themselves. And then your future spouse is really good at like protecting people, negotiating, fixing problems, solving conflicts. It kind of feels like, I'm feeling from you, you might be a water energy. Like sun rising, or moon, or maybe even Venus, but because this is a love reading, I mean, you don't have to be. That's just like an additional level of confirmation for you guys. But that's the energy. It's like it feels more like the emotional water sign energy, and then this does feel like fire, maybe some earth in here too. Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. So those are possibilities. That's like the feeling I'm getting. You might have earth too. But really you could be any sign. This is just like the basic, like those are the energies that are really like how this is coming across to me, how it feels. So, okay. So that's the basic energy that you guys are going to be in when you meet. It could be the energy you're in now, or it could be and I also feel like you're like a really good manifester. This is just something I want to throw out there, that you're a really good manifester, and you have, you work with the universe. And I feel like at the time that you're going to be meeting them, it's sort of like, it feels like a period of your life, I think, where some of your wishes are about to come true, or they're starting to come true. Because I see her hands reaching up, and it's like these stars are coming towards her, and I feel like you're ready to receive some blessings in your life. Like I feel like some blessings are coming in your life during that time. Okay, so all right, let's get into the cards and see a little bit more about what's going on. Like what are the actual like events that are happening in your life and their life at the time that you guys meet. And then we're going to get some locations. These are cards that all have like different locations on them. So yeah, so this will give you an idea of like maybe what location that you'll meet in. We've got like grocery store, or like salon, I think, came up in the last one, and we have, you know, internet and all kinds of things in there. So, okay, so we'll get some of those in a second, but first we're going to find out what is going on, like event-wise in your life at the time that you meet them. So, and what's going on event-wise in their life at the time you guys meet. Oops. Okay. Again, we're having some difficulty shuffling here. All right, pile 2. So let's find out what events are happening in your life at the time. Oops. Okay. We're having some problems here in the shuffling department. You know what? I'm just going to move these over to the side because I feel like I'm like worried that I'm going to knock, or like, I don't know why it throws me off, but when there are cards underneath, yeah, see, now I feel more comfortable. I don't know, when there are cards underneath where I'm trying to shuffle, I feel like I'm trying not to move them, and then I feel like I can't properly shuffle. So, okay, it's going a little bit better now. All right, so events. We'll start with your side. What's going on in pile 2's life at the time they meet their future spouse? What is going on for pile 2? What events are going on in pile 2's life at the time that they meet their future spouse? Okay. What events are going on in in pile 2's future at the time they meet their future spouse? What's going on in their life at the time they meet their future spouse? Pile 2. Yeah, I'm going to take this. Okay. High Priestess. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna ask again though, because I only got one card. The camera stopped. Sorry about that. And it only like spit out one card, and it kind of like just barely popped out. So I'm going to see if there's anyone else who wants to come out. Okay, anything else? Oh, okay. Now, it's funny. It's like the first one was just one, and it just sort of came out. And then this time, it was like a whole bunch came out, and these just like flew out. So that's kind of interesting. 4 of Wands. Okay. So we've got the Hermit, the Ace of Swords, and I'll show you in a second here. Actually, I'll show you now. All right, so we have the Empress. All right, we have the Empress first, and then we have, and that's interesting because I was talking about you guys having a very nurturing energy, like a very almost like mothering energy, like caring for others. And we've got the Empress, and then we have the Hermit. You've got the Ace of Swords. Okay. The Six of Swords. The Seven of Swords. Got a lot of swords going on here. Seven of Swords. And we have no more room. Okay. And we have the Two of Swords. So all right. with the Four of Wands on the bottom of the deck. Okay. So I definitely feel like at the time that you meet your future spouse, you are single. Possibly you may have been single for a while. Some of you might actually be a single parent. That's just, you know, that's a very, excuse me. Sorry, I'm burping again. That's a very like specific detail. So that probably won't be for everyone, but some of you could be a single parent. Some of you could have been single for a long time, but I definitely feel like you guys are single at the time that you meet your future spouse. There's 4 swords here, so there's a lot of mental energy going on. I feel like, for some reason, I feel like you guys are trying to solve some sort of problem or like come up with some sort of solution or some sort of idea for something. Or like choose, like make a decision on something. I feel like you guys are trying to move away from some sort of situation. Like, or move towards a good situation. I feel like you're trying to move away. Move away from like you might be literally looking to move at the time, around the time. Like you might be actually looking to move or are in the process of moving at the time that you meet your future spouse. Ace of Swords. I'm just hearing like, Like with these 2 cards here, I really feel like there's, like you're trying to figure something out. You did come up with a new idea, or like you're trying to choose between ideas or like come up with a plan. Like come up with a plan to move away from people who are taking from you, or like you're looking for a way to, for some reason, here, you know what, I'm going to get more clarity on this. First, I'm going to read from the booklet for the 7 of Swords because it's a little different in this deck. Okay, 7 of Swords. Rules are meant to be broken. Old thoughts are meant to be challenged. Okay, that's interesting too, because it's like new thoughts. And this is talking about like old thoughts being challenged. Yeah, okay. Rigid systems must be messed with. Okay. And it's interesting because it's like moving away from like old idea. This is like talking about moving away from old ideas, challenging old ideas. And this is about moving away from something towards something else. So it definitely feels like you're moving away from an old way of doing things, maybe an old way of thinking. Maybe you're moving from like just all kinds of like you're moving on from a lot of past. Since they're all swords though, I do feel like this mostly like, yeah, you're moving on from a lot of like past beliefs, a lot of like past ways of thinking, a lot of like older ways of thinking that you had, like you're moving on from that. Yeah, it says, an identity must be ever so slightly shaken. What's the fun in staying the same? The world needs a rebel like me, so new ideas can be born. Arr. Okay, so, because he's a pirate. Okay, so light attributes: curiosity, thought experiments, defying the norm, innovation. And then shadow attributes are disrespect, trickery, trolling, intellectual theft. Okay. Yeah, thought experiments, defying the norm. Okay. Identity ever slightly shaken. Not staying the same. Rebel. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I feel like around the time that you meet your new spouse, or your new spouse, your future spouse, you are you're taking on a lot of new thoughts and a lot of challenging like your older beliefs that you had about things, and maybe old beliefs that you had about yourself. You might really be, it's funny because you know how in the beginning I said I was getting this feeling, like this dynamic where like you guys were like switching energies, like with your future spouse, like you guys were switching places. It feels to me almost like you're in a place where you're thinking like you would like to try being like kind of try on a different hat or be in a different role or take on a different energy, kind of look at things a different way. You're like looking at things in a different way. Your thoughts are different than they used to be. You're like changing your beliefs about yourself, maybe also like about what you're capable of, or like what you want, maybe even in your life. And you know, like I almost feel like you are maybe taking on actually more of like, maybe you're getting more in touch with like your masculine energy, or like maybe you're like building up your confidence and like your assertive side. And like maybe I feel like you're in a place where you're like working on becoming more confident and assertive. Yeah, like more confident and assertive and like believing in yourself and like not being afraid to like maybe step into some of you might be stepping into more of a leadership role, or like, yeah, just being more assertive, believing in yourself, and having the confidence to maybe say what you feel. Because I feel like there's been a lot of you caring for others, but maybe you may have struggled with like expressing your own needs, or like I feel like you were very warm and caring and nurturing, but maybe it was a little bit harder for you to ask for what you needed, or like or maybe you just struggled a bit more with things like, yeah, like asserting yourself, getting things accomplished, like I'm feeling like getting what you wanted out of a situation. It's sort of, I felt like maybe you kind of took other people's needs into consideration all the time, but oftentimes you weren't really considering what you needed, or like, or you weren't getting, it's sort of like none of your needs were getting met. People might have even kind of taken advantage of you a little bit, or, you know, not respected your boundaries sometimes, or just kind of took from you and didn't give as much back. Or maybe you struggled too with like expressing to others that you had like wants, or like you had trouble expressing your wants and needs to others. Or and it can also be too, it's like I'm feeling like sort of like this difference in that it almost kind of feels like, okay, I am getting like a more specific story, and this might not be for everyone, but I think this might be for someone watching. I feel like some of you actually may have just like for a long time kind of been in, you may have been like a stay-at-home mom, and or you know, like you were always, or for some reason like you were always in the home, and like you were always in one role, like where it was kind of like you weren't, it was like you were always kind of expected to be in a certain type of feminine role where you were like more passive, or you know, you were the one that did the nurturing and the mothering and like took care of the home, but you didn't, like more of like a very traditional feminine role. Like it kind of feels like for some of you it may have been heavily like expected of you to be in this like more feminine, traditional feminine role of like being, I just see a lot of you like being in the house, and it just felt like you were always in like one position or one role. And then I'm seeing like this being like a whole new, kind of like a whole new world, or like you're stepping into like a whole new way of thinking, like a whole new chapter of like a whole new way of seeing things, and like a whole new way of like seeing yourself and expressing yourself and like deciding for yourself and asserting yourself. And I feel like for some of you, like it just kind of feels like this is a period of time where you're like taking charge. And I think that's why I was seeing like the switching of energy. It's like this almost feels like this is a period in your life when you meet your future spouse. It's like you're taking more charge of things, and it's like you're stepping out of what was familiar for you. You're stepping out of like what you used to do. You're stepping out of your traditional role, or you're stepping out of like the type of role you always were in, or like what was expected of you, and like you're taking charge and you're putting yourself in a whole new, it's like you're stepping into a whole new role. You're stepping into a whole new way of thinking, being, believing. There's just a lot of new thought here, a lot of moving on from something of the past and towards something completely new, something that almost maybe feels a little bit rebellious for you. And I do feel like for some of you, I kind of feel like maybe you're like starting a career, or starting a job, or like maybe even studying something in school. This could even be like because you know he's reading here, I feel like, and there's a lot about thoughts and new ideas, so it could be even that you're like studying something that was considered just kind of like rebellious, or something that like you weren't expected to study, or like something that you weren't expected to do for some reason. It's like you kind of had this feeling like there was an expectation on you, or like that people just assumed you would do one thing, or there was an expectation on you to be one way, and then you decided, no, I'm going to actually study this other thing that like you didn't expect me to do, or that's not traditionally considered like for some reason. It's like you're doing something unexpected. I'm not sure why there would be like a branch of, it's like you're studying something that's considered a little bit out there, or a little bit rebellious in some way. Like the thoughts you're having are like not traditional in some way. And you're like stepping outside your comfort zone. You're stepping outside of like, I think actually outside of a structure that you've been in, that you kind of felt like you're stepping out of your old beliefs. You're stepping out of the old, like, structures that were placed around you and placed in your head too. Like, you're stepping outside of your own structures that you built in your head too, if that makes any sense. But yeah, this looks like a really, like, stepping outside the box, kind of bold, courageous, rebellious energy. And it's like, that's new for you, I think, at the time that you meet your future spouse. And I feel like, yeah, like, you're coming up with all kinds of new thoughts and you're embracing them. You're not afraid of them. You're like, I'm going to look at it all. I'm going to, like, consider it all, is kind of the feeling. And, like, I'm going to do what I want to do. And I think that's kind of like a new thing for you. And it's interesting because I feel like that's already your future spouse's energy. They're very, very, like, if they want something, they go get it. If they are interested in something, it's like nothing holds them back. They don't let anything hold them back. They don't hold themselves back. They're very bold. They might feel like they're a bit of a rebel. But at the same time, like, they're very responsible. You know, it's like, it's an interesting energy. And I feel like you're kind of stepping into more of their energy at the time that you meet them. And I'm thinking that, we'll see, but I think that I feel like they're stepping into more of an energy like yours at the time that you guys meet. Yeah, there's something about, like, taking charge. Of yourself and your life, and, like, moving in a new direction. And it really has a lot to do with your mind here. Okay. I have talked way too long about that though, but all right. Okay. So then on their side, I'm going to use the Light Seers Tarot for their side. Oops. It was the Fool kind of trying to pop out, so we'll see. We'll see if it comes out again. If it does, then we'll know. Oh, I am really having trouble with these cards today. Sorry, guys. Okay. They're just flying out everywhere. Okay. Okay. All right, so for pile two's future spouse, what is going on, like, event-wise in their life? Like, what actions are they taking and stuff at the time that they meet them? Okay. You. Okay. Over there. Okay. Okay. Ace of Pentacles, and it did come out reversed. I don't usually take reversals. I feel like it's two meanings. It's like, I feel like this means something, the fact that it came out reversed, so I will take note of that. But I also feel like there's something for me to see in the upright too. An 8 of Wands on the bottom of the deck. I don't know that lyric from the song, As It Was by Harry Styles. I want you to hold out the palm of your hands. Why don't we leave it at that? I don't know why that's coming up. It's like, I'm feeling like the reason that came through, it's talking about like vulnerability, I think. There's something about vulnerability here. It's like them being more vulnerable. Because I'm seeing like the hands like being held out. Like something in the palm of their hands. I almost feel like this is like their heart in the palm of their hands. Like I think they're and like receptive. Like it's almost like they're in more of a, they're like getting in contact with their vulnerability more. And I think they're sort of allowing themselves to explore what it feels like to be vulnerable and more receptive. Like instead of them being the ones that go out and like make everything happen, they're kind of like, and like having an idea and a plan of how everything will go. They're, because I'm seeing the 2 hands making a heart here, and I'm just feeling like oh, I should show you the cards. I forgot. Here we go. We've got Page of Cups. Yeah, and I feel like they're being in a more like vulnerable, open, receptive place to like and I'm feeling almost like a more like I'm feeling more open in general, like more open-hearted. Not that they weren't open, not that they like didn't have a heart, or not that they didn't care about people. They were compassionate and they were kind. And they were really good at solving problems. Like they were dedicated to helping other people. But I feel like there was still some sort of, like, because I said they were a very strong person, it almost feels like they kind of felt like they had to be strong all the time. And like in some ways it felt like to show vulnerability, like they felt like they couldn't show any vulnerability or any like, because it felt like maybe that was like a weakness in some way. There was like a belief there for them. Or almost like they felt like they couldn't be, like they couldn't have them, like they couldn't show, it was almost like this person is like showing a softer side. It's kind of like this person, if this makes sense, it's like I could see this person like before they would like be the person to do things for people or to make things work or to be dedicated to solving a problem, but like you wouldn't really find yourself having like a warm conversation with this person or like a deeply emotional conversation or really opening up to this person about like, yeah, like deep emotions. Like I don't see this like this person hadn't been super like open to their emotions or to like connect it, like they weren't super open to connecting with people on that level. They were a little more closed off in that department. it's sort of like it does feel like their heart was closed a little bit, but not like to the degree where it's like they didn't care about other people. They did, but it was like they could only care, and like the actions that they took towards people were caring, and like helpful. But there was like on a level, it's like their emotions though, it's like their heart though was still sort of closed, in the sense that, yeah, like they didn't really open up. And it's sort of like the things that they did out of a sense of duty to people, like they and responsibility. Like they did want to be kind, they did want to be a good person, like they did want to help others, but it's like at the same time they weren't actually really connecting with the feeling inside of their heart. Like they weren't really connecting with the feeling of love as they were doing those things for others, if that makes any sense. It's sort of like, the camera stopped. It was like there was a disconnect between, it just felt like their heart was still kind of like disconnect. I'm just feeling disconnected. Like they would do good things for others, they would do kind things for others, but it was like almost like they couldn't really feel it. Yeah, I think that was confirmation. But like they couldn't really feel it. Like they couldn't feel the emotions, and like they couldn't feel, like I'm feeling like they didn't really feel the feeling of love that much. Like because there is something about their heart chakra being closed, or it's like it was physically closed or something. Like there was a blockage. And they felt like, and I think that blockage was feeling like they couldn't actually get in touch with their own feelings, because I think there was something about like I think there was like almost like a fear of their own emotions on a certain level, like because they were afraid that like their emotions would make them feel weak or something. Like they couldn't be, it's almost like this feeling like people wouldn't depend on them, or they wouldn't be dependable if like they wouldn't be able to do their job, or they wouldn't be able to do what they needed to do for others, be there for others, if like they got too overwhelmed by their emotions. So it's sort of like they tried to wall those emotions off, but then like they walled it off too far or something, and then like they couldn't actually really like feel what was going on, or like they couldn't really connect with the feeling of like what they were giving to others or what they were doing for others. And it's almost like I feel like they couldn't even really fully connect with the feeling of being happy anymore. It's like they were doing all of these great things for others, but they couldn't feel the love. That like they couldn't feel why they were doing it almost anymore. I do feel like there was some limiting belief in this person about like acknowledging your feelings, or being vulnerable, or like acknowledging negative feeling emotions, or sadness, or like fear and things like that. Like acknowledging those emotions were like a weakness or something. So I think they kind of like just got good at sealing off emotions that they thought would like make them weak in some way, or that would leave them, that would like weaken them in some way. And they just kind of tried to wall them off or push them away. But I think in doing that and not acknowledging that, they also lost like they lost a lot of the ability to feel positive emotions too, in general. It's like in trying to not feel the one, they lost the ability to feel the other. Is just the sense that I'm getting from this. So it feels like, wow, this is really in depth. This is like a lot of like the inner workings of your future spouse's mind, more so than like how you're going to meet. I'm sorry, guys, but this is just interesting the way this has come out. I just say what's coming through. It's hard for me to like filter. Anyway, so it just kind of feels like though at the time that you guys meet, they have been like opening that part of themselves up again. It's like they've gotten in contact with their heart again, like reconnected with like the softer emotions and reconnected with like, it's like being less afraid to be vulnerable, being less afraid to be like weak too, like or having moments of weakness, like they're being more like forgiving with themselves and like more compassionate towards themselves and not being so afraid to like acknowledge how they're really feeling. And realizing that that doesn't make them weak, that it's just another layer of them, and realizing that acknowledging the truth of what's really there actually gives them strength. And it allows them to experience the full range of emotions and, you know, really get the full experience out of life by acknowledging everything that really is going on inside of them. And realizing that just acknowledging those emotions, feeling those emotions, doesn't mean that they have to completely take over everything. That they can acknowledge how they feel, they can let that in, they can feel what they feel, and then release that and realize that they're still strong. They can still take strong actions. They are still a strong person. But they can also, and it's almost like they are stronger because they are not disconnected from that one part of, like they're not disconnected from their emotions. It's like those emotions they are discovering can give them a different layer, like a different type of strength. And like realizing that they can have the emotions, that they can have those moments of more weakness and still like, and then in the next moment release them and still go out there and still be courageous and still take charge and still fix problems and still, it's like realizing that they can do both. They can be very in touch with their emotion. They can be more in touch with their feminine side. They can be more in touch with their softer, more emotional side. They can be in touch with their deeper emotions and know how they feel and really feel them deeply. But at the same time, then still be able to maintain that, but then still have the same strength and power and like will and courage to get things done, and the same drive that they've always had. Like incorporating the two together makes them feel even stronger, makes them realize that like they feel stronger than they even did before. I'm hoping this is making sense. I actually can't even remember what I just said. When I'm like channeling, I just say whatever is coming through, and then I'm kind of like, wait, did that make sense? I don't know. Hopefully it made sense to someone. I'm kind of trying to process like what I'm feeling coming in and put it into words that make sense. And I hope I'm doing that in a way that makes sense to you guys. But anyway, that's what it feels like. And it's just like they're more open to seeing what happens, sort of like going with the flow and like leaving things more open and like seeing how it goes. like leaving things more open instead of like having a specific plan and knowing how things are going to go, or like trying to direct exactly how things are going to go. It's like leaving things more open and like, well, let's just like enter into it and see what happens. Let's like move with it, flow with it, see what comes of it, you know, like what happens, instead of like knowing what will happen or having it like a plan or an agenda or an idea of exactly what will happen before you even start something, and like having like a specific goal, like being more open to just kind of like going towards something and then just seeing like what happens. Yeah, they're and with that become like they're getting more in touch with like their more romantic side, like their more romantic feelings. And like I feel like they're becoming like more friendly at this time too. And I'm just really seeing the things radiating, like those rays radiating from this person's chest. And I just feel like, yeah, I feel like they're getting more in touch with like their creativity. They are more open-hearted. I almost feel like they're, at the time, it's like almost like they're really into having, for some reason I'm picking up like even random conversations with strangers, or like they're really enjoying like talking to just almost just like anyone or everyone, just like a lot of people about like their experiences and like how are they feeling. Like they're very into like asking people like, how are you feeling today? What's going on with you? You know, do you want to talk about it? And like really getting into the habit of like, hey, let's talk about it. Like really opening up to people, and also trying to open up about how they're feeling more, and have more of like an emotional exchange with people, more about like the feelings, like how people are feeling, more so than just like, how do I fix practical problems and stuff. And just really getting in touch with like a softer, like the soft, because I feel like this person has a very soft heart, like underneath the layers that they've built that I think they thought were like shield layers in order to keep themselves safe. They have a very warm and kind and soft, caring heart. And it's like, I feel like they're opening back up to it again so they can actually feel it, and they can actually feel love. They can feel those good emotions, because I feel like, again, you know, they kind of like walled off so much that it's like they couldn't even feel the good emotions anymore. And for some reason, they've been able to like open this back up again. So they are feeling the full range of their emotions again. And they're like acknowledging them, they're accepting them, they're expressing them. They're expressing their more feminine side. And it's sort of like you're expressing your more masculine side. And it's like at this time, it's like they have something to offer now. Emotionally. Like they're ready to offer someone their heart, is what I'm getting. I also feel like they're in a place where I feel like for some of them, they've had some sort of a new beginning in their like career, like a career change around the time that you meet. Or they're like thinking of changing their career, or thinking of starting a new, like maybe like a side business or something for some of them. But I kind of feel like they are in kind of a beginning phase when it comes to something that is going to earn them money. So it could be like a second job, Or it could be that they've kind of started over and they are like just starting to build a new career or a new business. They might be going through a little bit of financial difficulty actually at around the time that you meet, or they don't have as much as like they used to, is kind of the feeling, or as much as they would like to have. So maybe they might still be successful, but it might just be like to them, it's not as much as they'd like to have, or not as much as they did have, is another sense. So, but like there's a lot of opportunities coming in for them, but like they're not quite there yet. I feel like it's new. But I feel like also like they're open. Excuse me. I feel like they are open. Just like in all ways. Like now they're open to the opportunities, like all opportunities to come into the, like come into their world, like come in for them. Yeah, and here's 6 of Wands. So this is like recognition, like, you know, rewards, people noticing you and praising you for like what you've done, like attention, appreciation. I feel like they're really like looking for ways to praise others and like give others like the praise and attention and you know, acknowledgement for their hard work and what they've done, and just like acknowledging the good things about people and noticing them and like complimenting people more. That's another thing that's coming up. And also doing that for themselves. So that's just another extension of like them being more warm and caring and kind in an emotional way, like noticing wanting others to feel, like taking more note of other people's emotions and their emotional state, how they're feeling, and trying to make them feel good. Like noticing the importance of that and really, you know, focusing on that. Also, maybe what they've started at the time that you meet may be about to get, might be about to take off, or they might be about to get some recognition for it. Like a spotlight is about to be put on them in some way. Or I just really get though that they're like, they try to put the spotlight on others and just like really want to like tell people. I feel like they get a lot out of telling people like what's amazing about them and like helping others to feel good. That's like something that they're doing a lot of at the time. Yeah, they are really loving helping others to just feel really good about themselves and their lives, pointing out what's beautiful about people, acknowledging what's beautiful about them, expressing themselves, like caring for themselves too, like maybe even expressing themselves more through like the way they decorate themselves, like the way they dress, or you know, their grooming routine or something, or like, you know, some sort of self-care routine. They focused more on that. And not just in a sense, like not just in a way where that self-care like keeps them healthy and keeps them going, but like in a way where like they've introduced things that are there just because they make them feel good. And, you know, that feel pampering to them and that just make them feel really happy. Like, because before I feel like maybe they didn't take as much time for that, like sort of like, well, if it doesn't have like a specific like purpose to like, you know, like being more productive or getting something done, like then they didn't make as much time for it, or they just thought, well, that's not necessary, so I won't do it. And then when you meet them, it's like they've been working more on like doing things just because they feel good, or doing things just because they're enjoyable, and like letting themselves indulge in those things and encouraging others to do the same. Okay. So that's what's going on with you, like what you guys are doing in your life. Hi. Hello. I know. Don't worry. She'll be home in a little bit, okay? I know. Not yet. We gotta be patient. I know you don't like. I know you don't. Oh my goodness. I know you don't want to be patient. You hate that word. I know you do. I know. I can't. Okay, sorry. I had to change the battery, and I think my dog is done throwing a temper tantrum. She gets upset when like a certain time of night, if my mom isn't home, she will get very, very upset. She's very bonded to her people, and if she, if she's not home by a certain time, she starts freaking out. And just getting very fussy with me. I have this feeling that it's like she blames me. I swear. It's like she looks at me like, how dare you not bring her home sooner, like it's my responsibility or something. Oops, sorry, I bumped the mic. And so she comes to me and she's like, where is she? So she'll like start demanding and like getting in my face. She's just anyway. She's a trip. Anyway. So if you hear her fussing in the background, that's what's going on. She's probably going to continue for a little while, but I'm hoping eventually she goes and finds something to play with, or anyway. This is the drama of evenings at my house. If my mom's not home by a certain time, there will be a price for me to pay with my dog. Okay. I love her. She just wants everyone to be home and together at the same time. And when they're not, she's like, what's going on? Where are they? Why is this happening? This is not okay. All right. Sorry, I've rambled on about my dog long enough. All right. So now that we have seen what's going on in your lives at the time that you meet each other, now we're going to look at literally the exact locations where you might meet each other. So for the other group, several different possibilities popped out. So I'm guessing the same thing will be with this. Either that there's like several different possibilities that could play out in how you meet them, or just because there are multiple people watching this group, and so it might be different for each of you. So there probably will be a few different cards that come out here, but these are the possibilities, the most likely places that you will meet your future spouse. Okay, group 2, where are they going to meet their future spouse? What location? Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Where are they going to meet their future spouse? Locations. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. There's literally only one, after I went through that whole thing, of course, there's only one card that came out. That's really interesting. So this looks like it's very likely. You know what, though? I am going to take the card on the bottom of the deck just in case. So I'll show you. It says hobby. My handwriting was terrible when I wrote these out because I was doing it quickly, like, oh, okay. And then this flew off the top. So we also have doing business with / some sort of business collaboration. So this could have something to do with business. And it's interesting because I did feel like they had something to do with business, or they were in a leadership position of some sort. And I also saw like you stepping outside of your comfort zone and being more assertive and like taking on a different role, or taking on like a different field of study, or taking on a different, something that was like outside of your comfort zone, and something that was like a little bit rebellious feeling. So maybe it actually is you starting a business or something. And so a possibility could be a business collaboration of some sort with this person. Or, you know, it could be, again, it could be like a side business that you're doing, or like a hobby, some sort of hobby that you're taking on. Yeah, and you could meet them through that. But the one card that flew out, so this would be like probably the most likely scenario for most of you watching this pile, is restaurant, cafe, or coffee shop. So that is very interesting. Could also be like a combination of things, like, you know, maybe your business is a coffee shop, or a restaurant, or a cafe, or a bakery, or some sort of place where they sell food. So any of that is possible. But yeah, it looks like for a lot of you, it could be that you meet this person at a restaurant, a cafe, or a coffee shop, or while you're doing some sort of hobby, or while you are doing something to do with a business. So yeah, that's pretty cool for a location. Okay, that seems, yeah, very, very clear. There were like a lot of possibilities in the first group, and this is like just one, or, well, I guess 3, but, you know, one really strong one, and then 2 other possibilities. So that's really cool. Okay, so I mean, I've already made this so long, but I might as well just make it a little bit longer and just give you like one last little bit. So we're going to be seeing what's happening on the day, or like during the week, specifically that you meet, seeing what events might be taking place during that specific, very small time window when you're most likely to meet them. Okay, what is happening for you guys on the day you meet them, or during the week when you meet them? Like what events are taking place, if they'll tell us. Oh my goodness, I don't think it was this one, because that just kind of flew out, but this was the one that went to flip before the rest fell out on top of it. We've got Strength and 3 of Cups here, but for some really strange reason, when I saw the Strength card, my very first thought was birthday party. And I do not know why, but again, like, this is kind of how these intuitive readings work. You just kind of go with what you intuitively read. And we've got Ace of Wands here. Okay. And what is that peeking out behind the... It's the 6 of Wands. Okay. For some reason, I am just really feeling like... I'm just really feeling kid's birthday party, okay? So for whatever... I'm really going to take it as that. I feel like it's someone's birthday. Like, we've got the Hanged Panda there, too. I feel sort of like some of you are kind of tired from someone's birthday, or... You might be kind of hung over from a party is another thing that's coming through. Like, someone's birthday is coming through, like either a kid's birthday, or like one of your friends' birthdays, or some other sort of party, I feel like, is going on either on that day or during that week when you meet them. Yes, I'm really feeling that. There's some sort of celebration going on, some sort of birthday or other type of party going on, or some sort of social gathering. Like, maybe it's just you were going out with friends, I kind of feel like there might have been drinking here with the three. I don't know why I'm getting that from here, but with the hanged panda like popping out under here, and I don't know. I was just kind of feeling like for some of you, it may have been like you might be kind of hungover actually when you meet this person. But it is something, or you might meet them at the party. It's like you meet them after the party or around the same time that there is this party going on. Or like, again, like some sort of social gathering, some sort of party, some sort of birthday, or like, you know, get together of some sort. Or like, I'm also here, I also heard wine tasting for some of you, so. Oh my God. And I mentioned like, okay, and the card that came out was restaurant, coffee shop, cafe, something like, or someplace where you get food. And like, I'm seeing the panda eating here, and then there's like drinking. So you actually, and I was feeling social gathering or party. So you might be like getting together with someone at a restaurant, or like going out with friends to a restaurant, or like there's a party at a restaurant or some sort of like event place. And maybe you might meet them there. So that is a possibility for some of you guys. Either that, or you definitely meet them around the same time that this event takes place. So this is what will be going on the day of, or the week of, when you meet your future spouse. You might even be planning a party. Like you might even be like an event. Maybe you planned the party or put the party together, or you're an event planner or something. Or it could also be that you are planning this party the same week or the same day that you meet this person. That's also very possible, that you might meet them in the process of planning this event or planning this party, planning this get together. Yeah, like you're planning an event, a party, a get together, like, or like a wine tasting or some sort of thing where people would like, I'm even hearing like test products or eat food. I'm just feeling like eating or drinking would be involved in some way. And it would be like a social gathering of some sort. And you might be the one planning it or putting it together in some way. I'm feeling like that's very possible for a lot of you guys, because also there was like hobby in like how you might meet them. Some of you might be putting together some sort of event here. A very specific detail, but for some of you, like, you know how sometimes you have like parties for people to like sample products or something that you're selling or something like that. So some of you could be doing something like that too. And maybe you want to have it like at a certain place. And the person you meet might actually work at that place, or they might own that place, or like manage the place you want to have this party or event or social gathering at. Either that, or you'll be attending something like this. So it's either like you're putting it together or you're attending an event like this. So this will be what's going on either the week of or the actual day that you meet your future spouse. It looks like, okay, so that's actually pretty, like, that's more specific than I thought it was going to be. That's a bit more detailed than I thought. So that is really cool, guys. Okay. So I don't know if we actually need to see what's going on in their life at like the day or the week that you meet. Do you want to know? We'll do it. Why not? It's already like 1,000,000 hours long. So we'll just go for it. We'll do it all. Okay. All right, last bit here. What's going on? What are they doing? the week that you guys meet, or the day you guys meet. Okay. Oops. How's future spouse doing the week or the day that they meet? What's going on with them? Okay, what's going on with them? This one I know for sure. Okay, again, this kind of reminds me of partying. Okay, they're like celebrating. They're having a good time. Kind of looks almost like they're at a festival or something, but so that's interesting. Also interesting is the fact that, okay, no, there's something going on here, because we pulled the strength here, and for you, in your cards of what you're doing the week or the day you meet them is strength. We also pulled the strength card for you too. So you are both, okay, we pulled the strength card for both of you for the same part of the reading. That has to mean something. That strength card has to mean something then to like how you guys are both, like what's going on for you both at the time. Does it have something to do with like physical fitness, I wonder, or something about emotional strength or something here? Because we have the heart necklace here, and we have her holding like a heart. Okay, again, I am just like, I'm hearing that same lyric again. What is that about? Holding out your heart. Being like, yeah, like, huh. Interesting. Okay, we've got Seven of Cups and death and rebirth. It definitely feels like a social gathering of some sort. And I really felt like food was involved in some way. Okay, and we have the Emperor, okay, at the bottom of the deck. So that kind of makes sense. And we have the Eight of Swords here. I'm hearing emotional freedom. I don't know what that... Okay, like emotional freedom. Like EFT tapping? Seven of Wands. It's like, I feel like this person is in a leadership, again, you know, the leadership is coming up like the Emperor. That definitely feels like them. That definitely feels like their energy. Like they are in charge in some way. Like that's definitely come through in the readings a lot. Four of Wands, Ace of Cups, Strength. You both have strength coming out. It's almost like you're being strong. Again, I'm feeling that feeling like of you being strong in different ways, you know, and like in different ways than you usually are. Like here, it seems like it's like strength. Their strength is like in that they're allowing themselves to be emotionally vulnerable, or like, you know, wearing their heart on their sleeve. Is that it? This is confusing. Okay, he's like choosing something here. Seven of Cups. It's like there's options. Like options like, which one? Like which one do I want? Keeping options open. looking at options, trying to decide which one. Ladders, I'm seeing ladders here. Which ladder to climb? And we've got death and rebirth here. It's like the end of something. Like, where do I want to go? What choice do I want to make? Which route do I want to take? Which ladder do I want to climb? Because like something has ended here, or they're thinking of ending something. Like something's about to end or something did end. Okay, can I get more on this? Because something's not clear about this. Seven of Pentacles. Okay, something is definitely... We've got 7 in there, 7 there, and 7 there. I think these came out, I think these two came out in pile 1 too. 7s could be significant to you guys as well. And we've got the Hierophant on the bottom of the deck this time. There's definitely a very like spiritual, emotional feeling to this person in their lives when at the time that you meet. All right. I know what's going on. They don't want to tell me for some reason. They don't want me to know. So I guess they're trying to keep this more secret. For some reason, like they let you know what's going on for you, but it's either not clear yet exactly what's going to be going on, like in the specific time frame that they meet you. For some reason, there might be a lot of choices or a lot of things up in the air. Like a lot of different things could be, like a lot of different things could be happening potentially in their life depending on what they decide to do or what other people decide to do. Excuse me. It's like, okay, yeah, there are a lot of different potentials here. And they're not telling me, they're not giving me a clear answer of like what's going on for them the day that they meet you or in the week that they meet you. So it's clear what you're going to be doing, but not as clear what they're going to be doing. I guess there's more that's up in the air for them at this point, like more that's not yet decided about what, you know, how things are going to go for them. Because they're making this confusing on purpose. But I do feel like, yeah, I do feel like there's choices, there's options. They're like not sure what they're going to be doing. And I feel like the universe doesn't know exactly what route they're going to take yet. Because it's up to them. They have free will. Yeah, so it's unclear. It does look like there's something ending in their life. But I'm really feeling it's unclear. It all depends on what they decide. And that those decisions haven't been made yet. But you are going to meet them. It's just like the details around like what they're specifically going to be doing at the time during this week for some reason or during that day are not yet entirely clear. So they're not giving me a lot of details. I think they're thinking that it might throw you off if you knew too or something like that. It's like for some reason you're allowed to know what you're doing, but not exactly what they're doing. They are working on a project though. It does seem like, you know how I mentioned they'd like sown some seeds. You see like the roots here and the roots there. They definitely started some projects and they're like growing. They're starting to grow, but they're still young. Like they're in the beginning phases of whatever it is they're working on. And I definitely feel like, again, they're working on their heart chakra. They've maybe been meditating on their heart chakra or like trying to open, specifically focusing on opening their heart chakra. Like I feel like they've been exploring their spirituality. And again, there is the acknowledgement that it looks like they're going to meet you in relation, like something related to a social gathering of some sort, or where there are people meeting together. Yeah. Like a celebration or some sort of social gathering. And you both had strength. I almost feel like it's like you guys are both going to be feeling strong. Like you're going to feel, I think that just means you're both going to be like in your power in like your own ways. Like you're both going to be feeling strong. Excuse me. I feel like you're both going to be like working at the time, like you're both overcoming. Okay, this is, yeah. Okay, this is a thing that's coming through, is that you're both going to be focusing on like overcoming a fear. There's something about like overcoming a fear, or like, you know, you're working through the fear, or you're doing something that scares you a little bit. Or maybe a lot, I don't know, but it's something about like you're doing something that scares you. Both of you are, I think, at the time, around the time that you meet each other, but like not scares you in that it's really actually going to do damage to you in your life, but just like you're afraid of what's going to happen, or because it feels really different, or it feels like you're afraid that you might fail at it, or that you might get hurt in some way, but you know that it's like one of those things that you know you won't be happy unless you do it though. So you know you want to get past it because you know it's something you really want to do. And you know that like your happiness in life, like your happiness really hinges upon doing this thing that scares you, and you're like being really strong and brave, and like you're doing it, you know, even though it scares you, and you're gonna get, yeah, so that like you're both sort of in that same energy, like you're kind of scared, but you're moving through the fear because you're like, no, I know though that this is the path to my happiness. I know that my path to happiness, you know, winds through this scary patch right here. Yeah, like the road to happiness, it's winding through this scary little section right here. But if I can get through this section, I know what is on the other side of that is like, is my dream or something. Yeah. And so you're both in that sort of energy when you guys meet. You're both experiencing that same sort of thing in your life at the time that you meet. It could be literally at the time you're meeting, you're both feeling that, or it could have just been like some other event in your life is taking place during that same very small window of time. Okay, so I think that is definitely all I have for you guys. I think I've covered all of it. I don't think I could get more than that. So anyway, if you're still with me, thank you for spending all of this time with me. Or if you just watched a portion, thank you for spending this time with me. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was helpful to you in some way. I hope that, you know, it made sense and that you're excited to meet your future spouse. And I will be doing more future spouse readings, like I'm doing a series. So I've really liked it when other readers do that, and I just really feel like I want to. So I will be doing more future spouse readings. So if you want to subscribe, if you haven't already, then I would love to have you here. But in any case, thank you for watching. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for letting me read your cards. And I'm wishing you so much luck in finding in meeting your future spouse. And yeah, so yeah, I'm just really happy for you guys. I get so excited when I do these readings, just like imagining how you guys are gonna find each other and like how happy you're gonna feel. I get really excited and I love doing these readings. So yeah, thank you for enjoying them with me. I just love it. Okay, and also if you wanted to comment and let me know how this went, I love reading your comments and responding to you and stuff. So yeah, and if you could give it a thumbs up, that would be really nice too. Okay, hope to see you again. Take care, pile 2. Bye. Hi group 3, welcome to your reading. Okay, so if you chose the really pretty aura quartz, the angel aura quartz sphere, we're gonna take her and put her over here. And also, I feel like I should mention this acorn with it, because you know that's what I'm using as a stand, a little acorn cap to hold the aura quartz in place. So I feel like that's symbolic in a way. Like I feel like if you pick this group, the acorn means something, because it's funny. It's kind of funny how I ended up grabbing the acorn for this group, not thinking that the acorn was actually part of it. But now that I'm like tapping into the cards, I feel like it's part of it, because for some reason, right before I turned on the camera, I said to myself, like when I was cleansing the decks and stuff for your group, I said, you're about to be famous, like group 3, you're about to be famous. So I don't know what that means, and I don't know if it's like necessarily exactly famous for everybody, but I definitely get the feeling that whatever it is, like you are about to like have a breakthrough of some sort, or you're about to like really like be like catapulted forward in some way, like in like you're about to be really successful in something, and it's like something you've been working on that's just been in the beginning phases, and it's about to really take off. Because with this being like a little acorn cap, isn't there a saying that like inside one acorn is an entire forest, or like I don't think I'm saying it right, but it's like that there's the potential for an entire oak forest born. Like an entire oak forest can start with like one acorn. Like the potential for all of that is in one little acorn. And I feel like, and it also feels like oaks are very strong, stable, like long-lived trees. And I feel like that's what you have, like that's what you're building, like that's what you've been working on, is like building stability, building building like a long-lasting type of success. And I feel like it's really starting to take off. It's really about to take off. Like it's been putting its roots down for a long time. It's sort of like a lot of times with trees and other plants, like a lot of the growth in the beginning is under the ground, and like you don't see it for a while, but like there's a lot going on under the surface. Like there's a lot of roots growing under the ground, but like the little plant on top might look kind of tiny for a while, but there's like under the surface, like the roots are much bigger. There's much more going on in the root department than there is in like the plant above ground. And I kind of feel like that's what's going on for you guys. It's like you've been putting in the roots, like you've been growing the roots, like you've been growing the foundation of the success that you're going to have. And like you've been waiting for it to like really, like you've been waiting to really see the plant take off, and like you've been really waiting for the plans to take off, and like you to really see like the results from the hard work that you've put in, and like to yield the success from that. And I definitely feel like that's coming in for you guys. And yeah, you're about to be really successful, and it's going to be like long lasting success is what I was getting for, because of the oak tree, the oak being very strong, like long-lived tree. Like it's going to stand the test of time. It's going to be long-lasting. Like I feel like it's going to be very secure, very stable, and long-lasting success. Okay, so now that I've said that, now we're going to get into the actual cards. The way I'm doing these readings is like you're on this side, and then I'm going to put your future spouse or your future, you know, life partner, your future forever person on this side. So, and you can flip-flop them. Like if it sounds like the side that I'm saying is you, it doesn't sound like you, but then this side does, you can like flip-flop them, because maybe you are on this side and they are on this side for you. But for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to assume that you are on this side because that's my intention for the reading. So, and that's just how I'm laying out the cards. So you'll just have to flip-flop them if that's how it resonates for you. But, my intention is for you to be on this side, so hopefully that'll be how it works for you. But if not, again, you can flip-flop it. But anyway, but we'll have one on each side. So what we've got for you on your side, and this is like generally what is going on in your lives when you meet. Although for some reason, I'm kind of feeling like this is where you're at now or where you're about to be very soon. So I'm not sure. In this group, maybe you guys might be closer to meeting your future spouse than the other groups. I'm not sure, because the other groups I really didn't get much of a sense for timing at all. Like it could have been like anything, I think. But for you guys, I kind of feel like it might be more close, because again, I was feeling like with the acorn, and I heard like you're about to be famous, like when I was shuffling the deck. So I feel like it's like something's happening soon for you. And then the card for like when you are meeting your future spouse is money. So find a way to abundance. I feel like you are finding your way to abundance, and I feel like you're going to be coming into a lot of abundance at the time that you meet your future spouse. Also, I feel like your money is going to be doing really, really well at the time that you meet your future spouse. Like, you're going to be acquiring quite a bit of abundance, and, yeah, and I feel like you're going to be focusing a lot on like managing your finances. You're going to be focusing a lot on like building your wealth. Like that's going to be a big focus in your life at the time, and you're going to be doing really well at that. So that's exciting. And then for your future spouse, on their side, we have moving forward, get ready for positive change. Okay, so I think it's cool how you both have very similar colors in your cards here too. With the other groups, well, at least actually I can't remember in group 1, but for group 2, we had like almost opposite color schemes and like sort of opposite energies on either side. And for you guys, it's very similar, and like very similar colors, very similar. I'm feeling like you guys have a lot of similarities, a lot of similar energy. You might be similar signs too, or like a similar personality type. That's something I'm getting. And I'm drawn to these two wolves right here in this card for some reason. I just feel like you feel like you are the same in some way. For some of you, you could be, for some of you, you could be the same gender, or like, you know, a same-sex couple, or it doesn't have to be, obviously. You can also, it just in some way, you guys are really, you feel like the same in some way. There's a lot of similarities. So again, it could be like similar personality types, similar, you know, astrological signs, same gender, same, like there feels a lot of similarity here. Maybe like same backgrounds. Doesn't have to be like, it doesn't have to be all of those, but like, again, the feeling is like similarities, a lot of similarities. In the other group, it was almost like opposites attract. And like in this group, it's like similarities attracting. You might even like look similar in some way. Even if you don't, even if like you're not sure why you look the same, it's like there's something about you that it like for some of you, you might look the same or like very similar. Oh yeah, I'm hearing a crow outside too. It's interesting. That might be a confirmation for some of you if you've been seeing crows or like that's a spirit animal of yours. Crows also have very tight-knit communities and families. I feel like for your future spouse, they've gone through some sort of transition at the time that you meet, like they're coming out of something with the moving forward, get ready for positive change. It's like they're moving out of a period of time where I think they weren't so happy and they're starting a new beginning in a positive direction. Like they're headed in a positive direction at the time they meet you. It's like a new chapter of their life in some way. With the snowflakes and stuff behind her, I almost feel like it's like they're coming out of the winter, like a period that almost felt like winter to them, where things felt like cold or, difficult, sort of harsh in a way. Maybe kind of stagnant, or things just really weren't going in a great direction for them. And now they're coming out of that phase of their life. Maybe there were some very difficult events that happened. Maybe even some depression I'm feeling for some of them. And they are coming out of that period of their life and they're moving into like a much more comfortable, much more fulfilling and comfortable and prosperous and like happy time in their life. Yeah, it's time where they've made a lot of changes or are in the process of making a lot of positive changes in their life. Okay, so now, and for some reason my thumb is itching like really badly in this group. Like, it's interesting, like this wasn't happening in any of the rest of the groups. Like it's itching so badly. Wonder if there's like something to that. I'm not sure. I feel like it probably does mean something, but I'm not sure what it means. Okay. Maybe that's a confirmation for some of you if like your thumb was itching a lot. And also I do feel like I think there's an archangel in this pile. There was in pile 1, there was like several. In pile 2, I didn't really pick up on anything like that. And again, in pile 3 here, we have an archangel again, I think that is around you guys or watching over this situation, or you're aware of having guardian angels around you. There's at least one strong one. And it's interesting because you guys did pick the angel aura quartz, so I guess that's not too surprising. But yeah. Okay, so you're coming into a period of money and you're a lot of financial abundance, a lot of financial success, and they are making positive changes. They are having some sort of new beginning in a positive direction after a period of time that has been not so pleasant for them, I think. Okay, so then now we're going to get a little bit more in detail, well, probably a lot more in detail, and we're going to figure out like specifically what events are occurring, like in general, what like events are occurring in your life during the time period you're going to meet them. So like in general, what state are you in? I feel like this kind of covers it in a lot of ways. I feel like this is pretty much it, but this will give you a little bit more of an idea of like what events are taking place or what's going on at the time that you meet them. I already shuffled these, but I just like to shuffle again. Oops. I should have quit while I was ahead. Okay. All right. What else is going on in pile in pile three's life at the time they meet their future spouse? What's going on for them? Okay. Six of Swords. It's interesting because this really feels like it mirrors this card. Like, it feels like the same card. It's like the same energy. Like, there's even like the direction of this is like moving on from something, like from something that wasn't so great to better, you know, calmer waters, like smoother sailing. And like, that's what is going on in your future spouse's life, basically. So I think it's interesting that we pulled this for you, like that's going on for you. And we've got King of Wands here. And I'll show you this more up close. Six of Swords there. Okay, so that's interesting. I feel like, so maybe you also had a period of time where things were more stagnant, or where you weren't so satisfied or happy with what was going on in your life. And like, you have just maybe it's kind of recent for you, this success in, okay, my ear's ringing a lot. So maybe like the success is pretty recent for you. This financial abundance, this new money that you're making might be a fairly recent success. Like you've just started becoming successful, or yeah, in some way that this money is like, it's like a more recent success because you've just moved on from a period of time where things were not so great and moved into this period of financial abundance. So I feel like this is saying like it's a more recent, you know, like a more recent event. That like you haven't probably had this financial abundance for a super long time at the time that you meet your future spouse. And I think this is just indicating like that you have come out of a period of hardship and into this period of abundance around, like it's like new, like this period of abundance is fairly new for you at the time you meet your future spouse. So it almost feels like your future spouse is just like slightly behind your timeline. It's almost like similar things are happening for you guys, but you're just slightly ahead of them or something is the feeling. And again, that makes sense because we got like the similarities. I was feeling similar energies, similar color schemes, probably very similar stories then too, because again, it feels like the same cards almost like mirroring each other. So there's a lot of similarities here. Like, and I think your stories sort of mirror each other. It just looks like you're slightly ahead of where they are here. And for some of you, this money could come about from like a creative project, or again, like or something involving creativity, something involving business, or something involving like, I just feel like whatever it is that you're doing, you're really passionate about it, because we have the King of Wands. Like you're really passionate about it. It's like a passion for you, and it's now built you. Now it's not just a passion, like now it's also creating wealth for you. It's like your passion, I think, is your career, or your passion is bringing you a lot of financial abundance. So I think that is where that financial abundance is coming from for you, for a lot of you guys. Probably most of you guys, if not all of you guys. Okay, is there anything else that's going on in their life at the time, like in general, at the time, during the time period when they meet their future spouse? Anything else going on for pile one? No, I think that's about all they want to tell us about you, about your side. Okay, so they want to get into, all right, then let's ask about your future spouse. What in general is going on in their life at the time they meet you, during that time period? What are the overall themes going on in their life? Oops. Okay, overall, what is going on for pile 3 spouse? During this time period when they meet. Going on for pile 3. Pile 3 spouse. Okay. All right. So we've got Ace of Swords. The Hanged Panda. The Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, definitely working hard on a project here. Working on honing their skills of some sort. Working on honing their skills, learning, perfecting a skill or perfecting a craft of some sort, perfecting an idea. Okay, and then we've got the Nine of Cups. Oh, okay, so yeah, they're feeling much better. They're much, much happier. And then Two of Cups. Aw. Oops. Okay. And we have Five of Wands on the bottom of the deck with with the Seven of Pentacles kind of peeking out and the Nine of Swords peeking out. Okay. So I feel like we're getting like little glimpses here in the bottom of the deck of like their past energy that they're moving out of, like this struggle period that they're moving out of. It's like those are hints of that in like the bottom of the deck and those other cards that were peeking out. I feel like I want to read the Seven of Pentacles. I'm going to grab the booklet because some of the meanings are different in this booklet and they're just really cute. So, Okay, it says, what's this new development? What's this? Yeah, what's this new development? No worries. Everything is still going according to plan. A few minor adjustments, still staying on course. This panda knows what he's fishing for, and his butt is made for sitting long. Okay, so yeah, it's taking them a while, I think, to, yeah, because we have the Hanged Panda here. It's like it's taking them a while to it has taken them a while to get where they would like to be, but like they know what they're looking for and they know they'll get there, and like they're not afraid of it taking work or taking a while for them to like get it right, is what I'm hearing. Like they want to get it right. And like they might have, and they're willing to put in the work. Like I feel like maybe they've been putting a lot of work into themselves. And I'm really strongly feeling like truth from this card, like acknowledging the truth or seeing the truth of a situation, or seeing, like understanding how things work. Yeah, like understanding how things work, like understanding how this could be relationships for this person. Like maybe they're maybe they had some difficulties in, like the difficulty that they're moving out of was a period of difficulty in their relationships. I feel like this person has gained a lot of clarity and a lot of like wisdom, a lot of knowledge on like what happened in their relationships, or like how like what was, like relationship dynamics, and just kind of understanding how to have a healthy relationship, and like understanding patterns of behavior, or understanding relationship dynamics, understanding like how, almost like how they experience things and how they almost like I'm feeling like understanding how they like what I'm just really feeling like how relationships work, or like what they bring to the table, or like how, like what kinds of patterns tend to repeat themselves in their relationships and why. Maybe looking at like their like experiences from childhood, or like their relationships with their parents, or family dynamics, to understand why things have played out the way they have in their past romantic relationships, or their past any type of relationships. And I feel like they've been putting a lot of work into like understanding why they react the way they react, or why they act the way they act, why they tend to choose the people or attract the people that they have chosen or attracted, and like why the same types of patterns tend to repeat themselves, why they tend to align with certain types of dynamics, or certain types of relationships, certain types of people. And I do feel like this goes back to their family. Like they've been really looking closely at like how their family has influenced like all of the relationships that they've had from that point onward. And I feel like they don't want the same types of relationships, or the same types, they don't want the same types of experiences, the same types of relationships that like, or the same types of dynamics that played out in their family. Like they don't want to repeat that. I'm hearing like they don't want to repeat that cycle, or they don't want to repeat that pattern. And like they've put a lot of work into this. Like they've put a lot of like research. Like a lot of effort into researching. Like and getting very like there's a lot of emotional intelligence, I think, that this person has been in, like a lot of wisdom and intelligence that this person has, and a lot of like information that this person has gathered. Like they're really and like they're applying it. It's like not only did they like learn about relationships and like learn, I feel like this person might have an interest in psychology, or they've used a lot of like psychology to help them with these things. And but not only have they like learned about it or read about it or like heard about these concepts, but they have actually really put in the work to apply it. Like they have made the change. Like I'm hearing they've made the changes. Like they have really gained a lot of awareness of themselves and others. Kind of like they understand why they work the way they work, why their mind works the way it works, why they why they are more inclined to behave certain ways in certain situations. It's like they understand how they work, and they also have a really good awareness, a really good understanding of how others work as well. Like this person seems to be very observant and have a really sound mind. I was just seeing like the Magician there. Yeah. It's like they have been, they like, in like to them it was more important. Like, I think this has taken them a while. Like, this has been a long road, like a long journey for them. But they were willing to like be patient and take this, you know, time of like things not, you know, like they were willing to have a period of like kind of not much happening in the relationship department. Like, I feel like maybe this person has been single for a while, or not had a whole lot of relationships for a while because they've been really working on these things, and they were willing for things to take a while. Like, they were willing to put in the amount of time that it took to really understand these things, and really heal what they felt needed to be healed, so that they felt like they were ready. Yeah, so that they felt like they were ready for a truly healthy relationship, because I feel like, yeah, that's what they're moving into this moving forward, get ready for positive change. It's like now they're feeling like they're ready for this new cycle of like healthy relationships. I feel like okay, you good girl. Sorry about that. I had to talk to my dog. She gets upset when my mom gets home late. She's just not okay with it. And she gets very upset, and she comes and bothers me and like kind of demands to know where she is. And so I try to explain, but I'm still convinced that she thinks that it's my fault that she hasn't come home yet, or something, like that I bring her home. But anyway, sorry. Moving back to the reading. So yeah, it just feels like they have been really working on understanding like maybe like codependent dynamics, or like just some sort of abusive cycle, or some sort of unhealthy, in some way toxic dynamics that played out in their family. I'm even hearing like, yeah, some, or like narcissistic relationships. It could be any of those, or some other sort of unhealthy dynamic, or like unhealthy situation that happened in their family that they didn't want to repeat. Something they didn't want to repeat that goes back to their family. Anyway, so yeah, so they've been working on these things, and they feel like they're really in a place where they feel more healed from what happened in the past, and they feel ready. They feel like they understand what happened, and they feel like they're in a place where they're more healed, and they feel like they're really ready to offer their heart to like they're ready to offer their cup to someone. They're happily single right now. They're really happy where they're at. They feel really good inside of themselves. They feel like they're in a really good place emotionally, like a really good place emotionally now. And now they feel like they're ready from this place of feeling like they are in a good place emotionally. They feel ready and like they have something to offer a partner. Like, I feel like now they feel like they're ready for a healthy relationship. They're ready to have a relationship that feels happy, where like both people are in a good place, and both people are like happy in their lives. They're happy. They're content within themselves. They're at least content and satisfied. And it, you know, they feel good in their own skin. and they feel now like they're ready to, yeah, to be part of a partnership where their partner also feels good in their own skin and also feels ready to just like share. I feel like they're in a place where they don't need a relationship. They're happy single, but they want to share. They want to share the adventure with someone. They want to share their life with someone. They want to, to share it. They don't need someone there with them. They don't have a need for another person, but they have the desire there because they know that, life is a lot of times more fun when it's shared with someone special. So they're ready. That's like the frame of mind they're in. That's like the place that they're in. They're like, I'm happy, I'm content, and I think she finally kind of just decided to go lay down. But anyway, so it's like they're happy, and now they're ready to be happy with you. They just feel really ready for a good relationship. So it looks like that's where they're at in their life. So now let's, I think I've definitely rambled on about that long enough. So now let's see, we'll get a location. We're going to get a location, and then we're going to see like what is more specifically happening at the time that you meet, like the day or the week that you meet. So on your side and their side. Okay. And for some reason, I'm feeling like I should put these cards back in just in case the same one wants to pop out again or something. All right, so I'm just going to move those over to the side. Okay. Well, I'm not using these cards yet. That's right. I was going to do location first. Okay, we'll just put those to the side. Getting ahead of myself. Okay, so we're going to find out now. These are all locations in these cards. So we've got lots of different locations in here. So it could be that several come out because there's several possibilities, or it could be that, because it's different for each person who watches this pile. Or in the last group, it was pretty much just one that came out. So I guess it was pretty much the same for everyone who picked that group. So that was interesting. So anything could come out here. We'll find out. This is exciting. We'll see. What location are you most likely to meet your future spouse in? Where are you going to meet? Group 3. Where's group 3 going to meet their spouse? Where are they going to meet? You may have had something else that's coming up is you may have had similar experiences to this person in relationships, or similar dynamics, similar experiences that you've healed from, similar experiences that happened in your childhood to what happened to this person. So that's another thing coming through, another one of the similarities. Okay. And you could be in a very similar place. I feel like that might be why there's only one card that came out on your side, and then all the cards came out on their side, because it kind of seems like maybe you guys mirror each other, like the same sorts of things. Like you'll be in a very similar, like you will have gone through very similar things. Something I was picking up. So, okay. Location. I think I've shuffled this enough now, but all right. Where will they meet their future spouse? Okay, pile 3. Where will you meet your future spouse? Okay, so we've got, looks like 3 coming out here. That's interesting ones. Okay, this is much different. Much different than the last one. Okay, so on the bottom of the deck, as a possibility, we've got a museum, art gallery, or exhibit of some sort. So my handwriting is terrible, so I'm not really going to show you these cards up close. I was just writing them quickly because, like, when I was channeling, I just kind of jotted them down real quick on the deck, and so they're not the prettiest things you ever did see. But okay. So we had, you know, art gallery, museum, some sort of art exhibit, or, you know, some sort of exhibit. And then here we have acting. So we have acting, and then here we have either court, police station, or at an accident, or some incident somehow involving the law. So that's interesting. So I guess that could be like either you are a lawyer, or I don't know, something to do with, like, you go to court for something. But this doesn't have to be something scary either, like something illegal happened, or like you're on trial. It could be like that. It could be like you meet them on a jury, like as part of like jury duty, or hopefully it's not something miserable like that for you. But like these are just possibilities, so like examples. Or it could be like you just go to court to like file, like you have to file some sort of paperwork, or you're looking for something, and or like you're looking for a file, or you're looking for some sort of record, and maybe they work there. It could also be like you have to go to a police, like if it is a police station, you might just be, maybe you're giving like a statement of some sort. Or, I mean, I hope it's not something like that either. There's also a possibility for a small portion of you, maybe you might be acting out, like maybe you're part of a play that has something to do with like police or court or the law in some way. Like maybe you're part of a play, or you might even be, I don't know, on a TV show. There's a wide variety. I mean, anybody could find these readings in theory. So it could be that you're acting on a show, like a TV show or something, or a movie. And this is like a theme of that. And you meet each other while you're doing that. Or it could be even like, it could be something even like you meet each other at a car accident. Maybe they're a police officer or something, or I guess they could be, or I don't know, maybe one of you hits the other person's car. I don't know, that doesn't seem like the most romantic meeting, but it doesn't have to be something like that, but it could be. Or also it could be, I'm hearing firefighter too, so like it could be something to do. I don't feel like it would be something super like stressful. Whatever this is, I don't feel like it would be something that would be like horribly stressful for you. I feel like it would be more like of a minor thing, or something that's not like horribly stressful for you. I didn't want to like freak anyone out or be like, what? I don't want this terrible thing to happen so that I can meet my future spouse. I don't think it'll be like anything too serious. Like I don't think it will. Okay. And here we've got zoo. And then the third possibility we have coming out here is zoo, aquarium, or nature preserve. So somewhere where animals are plentiful, like somewhere where animals are kept. So like a zoo, an aquarium, a nature preserve, or maybe someplace where like they like an animal sanctuary where they like take in injured animals. Or like it could be an animal rescue too, is something that I'm hearing. So it could be any of those possibilities, or like a combination. Like these two could be combined or they could be separate. So you could meet them either while acting the thing that has to do with court or something, or, excuse me, or it could be a zoo, an aquarium, a nature preserve, an animal sanctuary, someplace like that, or it could be a museum, art gallery, or art exhibit of some sort. So that's a wide variety of things coming out and much different. Like none of these were the same as any of the other groups, so that's interesting. But those seem to be the most likely places that you will meet your person. And then we'll just get a couple more specifics about, like, more specifically what's happening on the day. On like the day of your meeting. Oh, you know what? I just realized I haven't used the Light Seers Tarot. In the other groups, I used one tarot deck for one and one for the other, but I did not do that with you guys. So we'll go ahead and take the Light Seers. Oops. It is not shuffling real well. Okay, you know what? I'm going to move these over to the side here so I have more room, because I don't shuffle as well when I don't feel like I have enough room. Actually, that's better. Okay. I think that's good enough. So, all right, pile 3. What is going on for on pile 3's side for? Okay. Six of Cups here on the bottom of the deck. All right, and we had the Empress with the Four of Wands coming out. There definitely feels like there's some sort of a family, like a family theme here of some, I don't know, because we've got like the Empress here, and then there's a child and a puppy in this card. And so some of you might, I'm actually getting, because this feels like, and this is Four of Wands, with which sometimes refers to like family or the home, and they look really happy, like they're celebrating too, like it's a very happy card. And this is like the you know what, I feel like for some of you, the week or the day that you meet your future spouse, it's like you've heard news that someone you know is pregnant. Yeah, like someone you know that you care about, maybe even a family member, is pregnant. Either that or your... I'm going to read the rest of the cards because we have Three of Swords here. Won't focus. But Three of Swords... And then we have Page of Wands. It's like a new beginning, like a new... Okay, this might be very specific for some of you, but I am seeing almost like maybe you hear news of like a pregnancy, and I heard rainbow child, so it could be that someone may have lost a baby or lost you know, like the child, like there was a miscarriage or a stillbirth, or like someone lost a baby or the baby was never born. And then you, like, at the time you meet your future spouse, you find out that the person is pregnant again, or that, like, yeah, that they're pregnant again, and either that or you find out, like, either that or the birth actually takes place that week, or yeah, like that day or that week that you meet them. Like, you either find out there's a new pregnancy, like they're pregnant again, or the baby's actually being born. Yeah, like new opportunity. For others of you, this is some other sort of opportunity that was like, that I feel like I really feel like that actually might be the case for several of you who choose this group. Either that, or if it's not like a literal baby, it's like there was some sort of opportunity that was growing, because we do have money here. So it could also be like another like some sort of opportunity or project, or something was growing and then something happened that felt like a loss. Like it didn't come to fruition the way, like it didn't get to live in some way. Like it didn't come to fruition the way you had hoped, and it caused a lot of emotional pain. Like something that was really close to your heart, and it's like there's a renewal of some sort, like a new chance. Because I don't know, I'm just feeling like this is like new, like, and it's something that makes you really happy. Like there's a new opportunity, or like a new life, a new something coming in. It's a new opportunity, or literally a new person coming into your life. And like this is going to grow. Like this is going to, this one is going to manifest into something really good. Maybe this is, or like you found out that it's, or like you actually are yielding the result at that time, because I don't know, it's like the renewal of something. It's like a new opportunity after something was lost. It just feels like that. And honestly, I do feel like this is about a child for a lot of you. Like this may be a baby, like of someone you knew. Or this could just be also like you're getting together with someone that this happened to at some point. So maybe this isn't actually taking place the week of your meeting with your future spouse, but it might be that you are like getting together with someone who this story applies to, where they lost a baby and then they had a baby where things went well. Or you're getting together with someone who is pregnant, and for some of you that is someone who had lost a baby and now they're pregnant again. But I feel like things are going to go well this time, or literally the baby's born that week. It's something to do with that. I feel for a lot of you there is a baby involved. There's someone who's pregnant involved here, and that's like something that's going on. That'll be like a clue for you. Something like that's going on at the time that you meet your future spouse. And for others of you, this is like a project or like a business opportunity. But it's something very close to your heart. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. So then we'll see what's going on their side, the day or the week that they meet you. And then that'll be it. So we have all right, what is going on in pile threes. Okay, person's life. Okay, so we have the moon and we have a temperance. So it looks like something is bringing them some sort of, yeah, and Four of Swords. It looks like they're trying to they're taking some time for self-care. Maybe they've been feeling, I'm feeling like maybe they've actually been experiencing some depression that day or that week, or something that's confusing them or really making them feel sad, confused, uncertain, or just like really emotional. There actually could be a full moon or something going on with the moon, like some sort of a celestial event going on, something to do with the moon. Yeah, because there's the moon in this too, moon and sun. Maybe there's an eclipse happening. Actually, there might be an eclipse happening for some of you at the time that you meet your future, like a lunar eclipse going on, or some sort of, like, it could be solar too, I suppose, because we have the sun and the moon. But I feel like there's something going on with the moon, possibly an eclipse at the time that you're meeting. And I feel like that's kind of messing with their emotions a little bit, or they're feeling something about the moon. I actually feel like it literally is the moon, especially since we have the moon here. Like somehow the moon is affecting them. It's like affecting their emotions, affecting their mood somehow. Maybe they're not feeling very well because we've got the Four of Swords here. And maybe they could also be having really vivid dreams at that time. But it does sort of seem like they're trying to balance their emotions. And I actually think they're having more difficulty, like they're not feeling their best emotionally that week. And I feel like it's because of something going on astrologically, or something going on. Specifically, I think there's something going on with the moon, and it's making them feel kind of like moody, or feel kind of just sad or down or depressed, or yeah, just feeling kind of like they're not feeling their best in some way. And I feel like they are getting like some very vivid dreams, some maybe even some like they're getting more intuitive hits than usual. They're getting some sort of, they might actually dream of you before they meet you. That's something I'm getting. And I feel like their psychic abilities are like more heightened right now at the time that they meet you. And again, I think it has something to do with the moon cycle, or something to do with like a lunar eclipse. Or I do feel like for a lot of you, there might be an eclipse going on at the time that you guys meet. But if not, there's definitely something going on with the moon here, like, or something astrologically is going on that is affecting them, affecting their intuition, and also affecting them emotionally. So, and I feel like they are needing more time for rest at that. The week or the day they meet you, they feel kind of tired and they need more time for self-care. And I feel like they've been sleeping more, because again, I do feel like they're having vivid dreams. So anyway, that's what's going to be happening for them the day or the week that they meet you. So that's interesting. Okay, so I think that's all I've got for you, pile 3. It has been, again, really awesome reading for you guys. I love doing these readings. These types of readings are so fun for me to do, and I really love tapping into all of these really great energies. And I just get so excited for you guys when I read, and I get really excited. So I love them, and I'm going to do many more. So if you would like to subscribe and hit the bell so that you get the notifications of my videos, that would be awesome. If you haven't subscribed already, if you have, then thank you so much for coming back and being here and supporting my channel. If you want to like the video, like give it a thumbs up or comment, I really like to hear from you guys, and I really do enjoy hearing from you, responding and stuff. So anyway, thank you again for letting me read for you. Thank you for spending this time with me. I hope that you got something out of it and that you enjoyed it in some way. I hope to see you again sometime, pile 3. I am wishing you so much love. I am wishing you so much love, but I'm wishing you so much luck with your future person, and I'm sending your future person and you so much love, your future spouse and you so much love. Yeah, I'm excited for you guys. Okay, thank you again. Take care, pile 3. Bye. Hi, pile 4. Last but not least. All right, let's get into your reading. I was feeling some really nice energy like right before I started this reading. I don't know if it's the Lemurian quartz or what, but I don't know. I just feel really happy. So we'll see what comes through in the cards, but I was feeling Archangel Gabriel before I started, so I don't know if he's maybe significant to any of you, but just thought I'd throw that out there in case it means something to you. All right, so we have for your side, the way I'm doing these cards, sorry, I'll explain first. The way I'm doing these cards is I'm going to do like 2 sides. So I'm going to do your side over here and your future spouse's side over here. And so you could flip-flop them if you want. Like if I start talking about you over here and them over here, and it sounds actually like your side is over here and their side's over here, then you can switch them if you need to. But for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to read them as though you are over here because that was my intention for the reading, but you could switch them if you need to. Okay, hopefully that made sense. So, all right, first card we had for you is creative wonderment. Follow your passion. Okay. And you actually had 2 cards, and then the second card for you was legends. Learn from those who inspire you. I feel like I had this card. I feel like I had this card or these cards come out for my previous future spouse reading. So I wonder if some of you may have picked that group in my previous future spouse reading. I'm not sure. I'm doing like a series of future spouse readings because I've really liked those from other readers, and I just really love doing these. I love, connecting with the energy of love, and I love, bringing these happy messages, and I love connecting you to the feeling of your future spouse, like the energy of your future spouse, and I love connecting to the energy of love, and I don't know, it's just I'm a romantic, I can't help it. So I just love these readings so much. Oh, that was a tangent. I don't remember what I was saying. Okay, sorry. Back to the cards. So anyway, oh right. So I don't know, you might want, if you haven't watched the previous future spouse reading, you might want to go check that out, because I should go, you know what, I'm going to check that. I'll check it afterwards. I'll put something up on the screen if I was wrong or something. But I think this was actually one of the cards I pulled in one of the previous future spouse readings. So that's interesting. I do wonder if they're connected. Anyway, okay, let me know in the comments if you did watch the previous one and you did pick the group that had this card. That would be cool. Okay, so then on your future spouse's side, we have new beginnings. Begin your new life. I love this painting of this phoenix. Oh my God. I love this. I love phoenixes. I really love phoenixes, but I think this is actually my favorite painting I've seen of a phoenix. I don't know. I just love it. I love the colors and the texture. I don't know. I love it. I really, really do. When I've seen phoenixes and meditations and stuff, they've looked a lot like this. Oh, and I love how this one has like, they have like peacock feathers almost, like they look like that on its tail. I just love this one. I think it's so pretty. Okay, sorry. So we'll get into this is why my readings end up so long. Well, that, and I like to get a lot of details because I guess I just don't know when to stop. But I'm getting better I will get better at time management. But I guess I myself sometimes like longer readings. I like a lot of details. So that just tends to be what I do. That, and I just I'm here to do whatever readings come through from my guides, and they tend to be really wordy. They just tend to give me a lot of stuff, so that's just how these end up being. So anyway, I'm going to try to do some variety, so like some that are shorter and some that are longer, but so far most of them have ended up being pretty long. But okay, anyway, sorry. I keep getting distracted in this group. And like talking about other things. I wonder if that might be one of your characteristics, like you get distracted easily, or like, you know, your mind is like always going like a mile a minute, like you go really fast, like your mind jumps around, and you just like have a lot of ideas. I feel like you might have a lot of creative ideas because we have the creative wonderment here for your side. Follow your passion. I do wonder if a lot of you are like super creative, or that you have like a lot of ideas that come through your head very, very quickly. I feel like maybe your mind jumps around a lot, or you just have a lot of creative, ideas. Okay, maybe some of you might be artists, or okay, sorry, there was something I had to take care of. Anyway, okay, anyway, so I forgot to mention this side, excuse me, this side is going to be like talking about like where you're at in general in your life at the time that you meet your future spouse. And then this side is going to be like where your future spouse is at in general in their lives at the time that you guys meet. So I forgot to mention that part, but so yeah, that's what's going on. Okay, so I feel like at the time that you guys meet on your side, it looks like you're focusing on your creativity. It looks like you're working on, like, you might be creating a work of art or a piece of music, because I'm seeing the piano here, or maybe even just creating a vision for your future is something, or like your dreams. I feel like you're following your heart and you're following your dreams, because there's follow your passion here. I think you are following your passion at that time. I think you're really going for like what you really want to do. Like, I feel like you're really taking the steps, because she's like going off the steps. I'm hearing like, yeah, taking the steps. Like, I feel like you're actually making the steps to make your dream a reality at the time that you meet your future spouse. Like, you might not be all the way to the top of the staircase yet, but you are taking active steps to make those dreams come true, and you are following your passion. I feel like maybe some of you might have pretty big dreams, or but yeah, some of you might also be into fashion, so, but it's definitely something to do with creativity here. I feel like for a lot of you, it's going to be something creative. Could even be acting too. But I feel like this is a pile that would probably have a lot of artistic or creative people in it, and some sort of creative passion you're following to make your dreams come true around the time that you meet your future spouse. And then with the legends here, I feel like, since I was saying like you're taking the first steps, like you might not be all the way there, like your dreams haven't maybe completely been, like, they haven't completely happened yet, like they haven't completely come true yet, but like you're taking the first steps, you're letting your heart lead, and you're following your passion. Excuse me. Burping again. I feel like it's like you're more at the beginning, maybe not the very beginning of your journey. Like you've started. It's like you've started the project, or you've started the journey, and you've been doing it for a little while, but you haven't yeah, I feel like you've just been doing it for a little while, like not a very long time, and you've had some success, but not like the full success yet. So I feel like maybe you're in the process. Maybe you guys have a mentor, or you have someone you really look up to, and you're like you're following their example in this creative endeavor. Yeah, like you have a teacher, or you have a mentor, or you just have like, yeah, like you just have someone you look up to that maybe has done the same thing that you want to do. And so you're like paying attention to what they did, or studying what they did, trying to follow their example in some way, using them as inspiration. But I feel like for a lot of you, there might actually literally be someone who is actively helping you, like coaching you, or but since it's legends, I feel like you really might have a mentor, or someone who's already done what you want to do, actually helping you, actively helping you in this pursuit, helping you to learn some new skills, or to grow, like showing you what to do, or how to improve what you're doing, stuff like that. So it could be a couple different things for that. I feel like, yeah, it's like one of those situations, like either of those situations, or yeah. Like, but I feel like you're working with someone at this time. Either you have someone in mind that really inspires you, or you are actively working with that person, or with a mentor to help improve what you're like, help improve your skills, or help improve your talent, help improve like what you're doing, or who will in some way help you to get further with your creative projects, like to have more success, and like inspire you and stuff. Okay, yeah, so that's where you're going to be at. For your future spouse, it looks like in general in their life at the time that you guys meet, they are definitely in a new beginning in their life, because it says begin your new life. So I feel like they've gone through something, like some pretty big changes, since it is the Phoenix, and the Phoenix, you know, is consumed by fire and then like rises from the ashes. So it's a pretty extreme death rebirth kind of image. So it, you know, it's not like a small change. I feel like it's like a very big change that they've gone through in their life. So it might have been like a total career change, or like they like moved across the country, or they completely moved to a different country, or you know, some other really major life change that they've been through. Maybe they had a tower moment, maybe something very shocking and unexpected had happened to them, and it kind of turned their life upside down, and it really just gave them a whole different perspective on life. And so now life feels like almost a new life in some way. They feel completely different than they did before, or life feels completely different in some way than it did before. So yeah, this is like a big transformation for them. Something very major has just changed in their life in a way that it feels like they are not living even like in the same reality, or in the same life that they were before. It's like they don't even feel like the same person in some way, like in a really big way. So anyway, that's where they're at. So, okay. now that we know that, I'm going to get some more details. So I'm going to find out like some specific events that are happening in your life around the time that you guys meet, and I'm going to be seeing some specific events that are happening around the general time that you guys meet. And then I'm going to pull a location card here, or some location cards here, to see specifically like where you're going to meet. And then I am going to pull some more detailed cards about like specifically what is going on the day that you meet, or at least within the week that you guys meet, to get like to further hone in on what exactly is, you know, going to be happening. Oops. Uh-oh. Okay. The light was gonna fall over, but I think it's okay now. Okay. All right. I feel like I just heard a goose. I'm not sure if that might mean something for some of you. Maybe that's one of your spirit animals, or you might want to go look up the symbolism of Canadian goose, because I'm pretty sure I did just hear a goose. Anyway. Okay. So, all right, now we're going to get more details about, so now we're going to find out like more specifically what's going on in your life at the time that you guys meet. So some specific events that are happening, or like more specific events at least, that are happening around the general time that you guys meet. All right, so, all right, for group 4 on their side, and I'm sorry about the noise in the background. I think my mom just came home, so my dog's probably gonna go crazy. Just thought I'd prepare you in case it does get loud. Okay, so we'll do your side first. Okay, pile 4. What's going on in their life around the time that they meet their future spouse? Some events happening, pile 4's life. Okay, we've got the Emperor and the Page of Wands. So, and we have Strength on the bottom of the deck. It's interesting. These are similar to one of the other groups. I think it might have been group, I don't remember which group it was that had this card, but one of the other groups did too. So if you were drawn to 2 groups, I'm not sure. They might be connected, but I didn't think any of these would be connected, but I don't know, maybe they are. That would be strange though, because, you know, I already got into a lot of detail in the other one. I don't know. But anyway, so maybe there's just some similar energies in the collective, which makes sense, I guess. It does. So, okay, anyway, what I'm seeing, like, first thing I'm drawn to is this little mouse on top of the panda's head that has like a little sword raised, and he has like a little hat on. Kind of reminds me of like Robin Hood or something. So, I don't know. I feel like what I really kind of feel though is like the little mouse is like, if it feels victorious, or like I'm kind of getting the vibe that like maybe you guys in whatever like creative endeavor this is, are kind of feeling a bit like an underdog, or like you know, like again, since you're at the very beginning, I feel like you guys might, you know how I said you might have pretty big dreams, or it might seem kind of like a bit of a long shot, that you'll be successful. Maybe you're in a very competitive field of work or something, or just like something where it's hard, it's harder, like not that many people end up making it to the top of that staircase, if you know what I'm saying. Like it's like, yeah, it's like maybe some of you are, and again, that would make sense if you were some sort of artist, or, you know, actor or musician or something like that. Like it's harder to, it's hard to get, or like a model or something, like it's harder to get recognized and to get jobs. It's like the jobs and the opportunities are more limited than it is for some other fields. It's like it's very competitive. So I feel like in some way maybe you feel like your dreams are going to be like your dreams are going to be harder to achieve than maybe some dreams, you know. Like I think it's a very hard, or at least the perception is that it's a difficult dream to have come true, or it's a difficult goal to achieve. Yeah, I think the level of success you're looking for, or the level of recognition, or you know, like the level of success in some way that you're looking to achieve is considered to be difficult. And maybe sometimes, like, yeah, because with the Emperor here, I feel like you want to be at the very top of whatever you're doing. It's like you really have high goals. Like you don't just want to. I'm sorry if you can. I think that's a leaf blower, which is strange because there aren't even really any leaves out right now, and I don't even think anyone was cutting their lawn. That is so strange. I wonder why I'm hearing that. People don't even usually bother with leaf blowers on my street. That's so odd. I wonder where that's coming from. I'm sorry, I'm just wondering if it might be like an omen, or not an omen, but like, well, you know, like a sign of some sort, like it means something. Yeah, I feel like, okay, yeah, you know, like you're detail oriented, like you're in, or maybe not all of you are detail oriented, but what I'm getting with that is like not, okay, perfectionism is coming into my head, but it's not like you want to perfect your craft, or you want to, it's like you have really high goals or really high expectations of, not, yeah, like you have really high goals for what you want to achieve. It's like, yeah, like you want to be at the top of whatever it is you want to like achieve mastery. If that makes sense. Like you want to achieve a level of mastery in whatever it is you're doing. So it's like, I feel kind of like you're very driven and very passionate about this goal. You're very, because, you know, following your passion, obviously you're passionate about it, but I mean, I get the sense that like if you were to like succeed halfway, you would not be satisfied. Like I feel like there's this sense that you want to go all the way to the top of your field. Like you want to be the best at what you're doing, or like you want to be your own best, at least, you know, like you're looking to achieve the highest level of skill in whatever it is you're doing, or the highest level of recognition in whatever you're doing. Yeah, I get the really strong sense that like you are very hardworking and very driven to succeed to the highest degree possible. Yeah, it's what I'm feeling, I think. Whew. I think you guys have a lot of energy, at least at the time. I'm not sure if this is resonating with you now, but at the time that you meet your future spouse, like you are very passionate about what you're doing. Like you are giving like your all. You're giving 100 and bazillion% to whatever it is you're working on. Like you are really going for it. And I feel like you're going to have success, because I kind of feel almost like this feeling of like you are so strongly dedicated to this success that it's kind of like you're not going to stop until you get there. And so I feel like it's kind of like a guarantee that you are going to get there, because it kind of feels like you you will not accept not getting there. Like, you will accept nothing less than success. Like, you won't quit until you get there. I feel like you won't quit until you reach the goal. Like, you won't quit until you reach, until you reach the top of that staircase, until you reach the dream. And I feel like the universe is really supporting you in that. And, you know, you having that drive and you having that passion, and, you know, you also putting in the work consistently, like, and then it looks like you have help here too, or at least inspiration. You know, you're very inspired, you're very motivated, and you're very strong. And I feel like you will get there. You will. But I feel like when you meet your future spouse, you're still sort of at the beginning. Like, this is your goal, to be like at the top, because like the emperor rules everyone. So I do get this sense that, and with the crown, and I just really feel like that's why this is here. And but at the time you meet your future spouse, you're still sort of in the beginning phases. Like, you're working your way up from the bottom, so to speak. Like, excuse me. Yeah, you're working your way up from the bottom. Like, you're not still at the bottom. You're like, but I feel like it is like where she's at on the staircase. It's like you started the journey, you have the motivation, you have the passion, you have the drive. Yeah, you have the skill necessary too. Like, you have all of the necessary attributes, you have all of the necessary like prerequisites to do what you want to do. Like, you have everything you need to be successful. It's just like a matter of time, and a matter of continuing to work at it, and a matter of continuing to progress. And you will get there. You will. It's just like a matter of time. It's just a matter of like continually putting in the effort, and to keep going, and to keep taking one step at a time, and you will get there. And I feel like it might happen. We'll see later, but, well, I'm not sure if that part will come up, but, you know, I don't know how fast it will happen, but I feel like it'll happen faster maybe than you think it's going to happen. But yeah, sorry, but these are other additional messages. This isn't really about like what's going to happen when you meet your future spouse, but I do feel like you're still kind of at the beginning phases, but not the very beginning, but not quite even halfway to where you want to be, is kind of the feeling. It's like, yeah, that's what I'm feeling. Because the Page of Wands, you know, is like the young, a very young figure, you know, like the youngest figure in the tarot. So, you know, like that just goes back to the newness, and like this is a lot of passion and, yeah, creativity, creative energy, adventurous energy, like excitement, and like everything is possible. And yeah, you're like setting out on your adventure. You have a lot of passion, and yep, basically everything I've already said. Okay, so that makes sense. They're just really talking more about that, and you're going to get there. All right, so let's find out what's happening. You know what? I'm going to leave this here, and I'm going to use the Light Seers Tarot for their side. So now let's see what's happening on their side. Okay, hang on. And there goes that leaf blower again. That is the strangest thing. I have not heard a leaf blower for probably like, well, it's been a long time. Maybe they're, like, I haven't heard one all day, and I haven't heard one in the last few days. I don't think I've heard one in weeks at least, if not longer. Anyway, okay, so for okay, so for your future spouse, oh, this does not want to shuffle. Okay, so this, I've seen this now twice. I've seen the star twice for them. So So that's interesting. We'll see if it comes out when we shuffle too. Might not, but I do think that might mean something. Maybe they are actually starting from a place where they were very successful, and or they've already achieved the type of success that you want to achieve. Is kind of like something coming through. And maybe now they're changing into doing something different. Either that or their new beginning is like they've achieved that success. So these cards, I am not shuffling these cards very well today. I'm sorry, guys. All right. So okay, so for pile 4's future spouse, where are they at? What's going on in their life? What events are going on in their life in general at the time that they meet? Okay. Oh my gosh. Look what came out. Strength. Strength came out for them too, and strength here. Okay. This is weird, guys, because I'm pretty sure this did happen in one of the other piles. I'm not sure why, because that's almost like you guys get 2 piles. I wonder why, though. That's so strange. Were there just too many messages to fit them into one pile? I don't know. But I thought the Emperor came out in another pile, and then Strength came out together, I'm pretty sure, in another pile. So this is just the strangest thing. I did not expect to get like two of like the same energy or like a related energy in this group. But again, I'm like really sensing archangels in this group too, and I'm not sure if that other group was the one I sensed. I've sensed angels in like 2 other groups. There was only one group I think I didn't really sense them, but I don't know. I wish I could remember now. I'm gonna have to go back and look. Okay, yeah, see, like, and that competition energy is there too. So it's like maybe they've been climbing the ladder too, like climbing a corporate ladder or just climbing their way towards success in a competitive, more competitive field too, maybe. We had the Knight of Cups on the bottom of the deck. So I definitely feel like they're a very romantic person. That's just something coming through. That's not really about like what's going on in their life, but that's just more about who they are, I think. Maybe they're making more time for romance though, like they're in more of a place where they're open to romance in their life. Could be one of the new beginnings that they're going through or something. But yeah, we have strength here. The Chariot. And we have the Page of Wands. So yeah, definitely new beginning, a lot of new energy. It's like you're at the beginning of something and they're at the beginning of something. So it's like you're both at the beginning phase of, yeah, you're both beginning something new. But I feel like it's it almost feels like I do get the sense you might be doing something very different from each other, or it almost kind of feels like one of you is starting something new and it's actually the thing that the other person's already done, and like, or it's similar to what they've done in some way, and like, yeah, and it's almost like the things that you've already succeeded at in your life or something, or the stuff you already know might be actually what they're beginning to explore now. There's strength and there's victory, and this is like, I feel like this is fast movement. Oh my God, why did I not realize this until right now? You got the strength on both sides coming out, and you also got the Page of Wands both coming out. Oh my God. Wow. Talk about synchronicity. Okay, yeah, you both got the strength card and you both got the Page of Wands. Holy crap. Wow. Okay, and then they had Four of Swords. That is so cool. You guys definitely have some very similar energy going on. Okay, Queen of Wands. You're both very creative. With the wands here, you're definitely both creative people. I feel like maybe you are both in a similar field. Like you both are very creative and very passionate people. So they're working on, they're following their heart too, because I'm drawn to her heart necklace. I feel like they're following their passion. Four of Swords. Like a rest. Feels peaceful though. Sorry, the camera stopped. She feels peaceful though to me in this card. So I feel like it's like they've it's almost like they're working on following something that helps them feel more peaceful, or helps them feel like they have more time for rest, or like more time for self-care, or something that just makes them feel like content, like that brings, I don't know, that's what I'm getting from this card. I'm feeling like contentment, like they're focusing more, maybe they're working more on like a work-life balance. Like maybe they've been actually working really hard on their career, or working really hard on achieving their goals, kind of like you are when you meet them. And it's like, I almost feel like maybe for them, they're actually working to like balance out how driven they've been towards success. And now they're looking to have a more like free time, more rest time, more like self-care time, more time to just kind of relax and be and enjoy life. Yeah, like they want to enjoy life. I feel like I need to read a couple things from the booklet here. Oops. That's loud. That's my chair. I put this chair together myself, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not super confident in how well it's put together, because well, the holes like on the bottom were not lining up properly. Like they didn't drill the holes, like the guide holes, well. So one of the bolts that I tried to screw in, or the screws that I tried to screw in, it was like crooked, and I could not get it straight because like it's metal, and like it just wouldn't line up. So it just wouldn't line up, and so I just did the best I could. But then probably like 15 minutes after I finished, like that screw fell out. So now the chair just makes noises that it probably shouldn't make. So far it hasn't like broken or anything though, so it's still got most of the screws, so I'm hopeful it's not gonna fall apart. But that's the story of my chair. Okay, so back to your reading. So if it makes noise, that's why. And just say a little prayer for my chair that I don't fall while I'm doing reading. Okay. All right. Yeah, because like one of the main affirmations for the Four of Swords in this deck is, I give myself permission to slow down and heal. Yeah, it says healing from burnout, taking a brief holiday from your reality, renewal, self-love, time of deep rest, transmutation. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's like needing to, yeah, like a time of quieting down and like really investing energy in yourself, you know, healing, yeah, healing from burnout. Yeah, I feel like, you know, with the Chariot there, I'm getting the feeling that, yeah, they have been like really, really working hard on like maintaining like a certain level of success, or like, you know, driving forward all the time, like working, like very driven to succeed. Yeah, I think that is like the energy they've been in. Like they've been strong. They've kept this level of effort going for a long time. Like they've kept this going for a long time. And now I feel like, yeah, it's like now they feel like they're ready to change into a time period of their life where they are, yeah, they are like healing, they're resting, they're taking more time for caring for themselves. And I'm not sure if this is something they needed to do, like maybe something happened that kind of pushed them into recognizing that they need to take this time for themselves, they need to take this break, they need to take this rest, or slow down in some way, or if it was like, or they just recognized, like they just realized, whoa, I'm just, I've been going to, like I've been just working so hard for so long, like without any breaks. I've just been going, and I'm not balanced, and I need to like quit before I like hit a wall, like completely. Either they did hit a wall and now they recognize, okay, that's kind of what made them realize they need to take time for themselves, or they did see that they were about to hit a wall before they hit it, and they're just like, okay, I got to take care of myself. I've got to take care of this. I've got to slow down a little bit before like I go too far or something, or just recognizing that like they haven't, you know, they've been so focused in one area that like the other areas, you know, I do feel like in some way it felt like they were so hardworking, or like they've been so focused on this area, they've been just putting so much work into it that it does feel like their self-care has been neglected in some way. Like it may have had some sort of impact on their physical health, or just their mental, it could be their mental health, their physical health, or both, because you know both are connected. So yeah. Yeah, and creativity, passion, determination, confidence, joy, bold expression, helping others as you build your queendom and power. Yeah, it's time to root into your purpose and boldly step into the limelight of your life. Creativity, passion. Yeah, I mean, you both definitely have the creativity and passion, the Wands energy going on in your readings, but I feel like it's almost like maybe it's like they want to dedicate all of this energy, like maybe they've been working in one area and now they want to like, it's like they want to do something that feels more true to their heart, or like maybe they want to focus more on what really feeds their passion. Maybe they've been working towards goals that aren't exactly completely in alignment with like their heart and soul, and like now they want to switch into doing things that feed their heart and soul, things that are close to their heart, things that they feel maybe like help others more, or it's like I'm just feeling like they want like some, like they're trying to seek some sort of balance. I know I don't have like a lot of the balance cards here, but I do feel like they're trying to, you know what, let me get more. What's peeking out here? The Wheel of Fortune, okay. Okay, could you give me some clarity on what's going on in their life at the time that they meet? Two of Cups, okay. Well, it seems like they're looking for a partnership of some sort. Either that or they're in a partnership at the time that you guys meet. Maybe it's like they want to take a rest from like being in the limelight, you know, that makes sense, because it's like the rest is right next to the Queen of Wands. So maybe they're usually used to being the Queen of Wands. They're used to shining. They're used to all eyes being on them and, you know, radiating all of this passion and creative energy to everyone. And yeah, that's usually them, and maybe they're just taking a rest from that for right now, because like taking some time to just be by themselves. And also maybe they actually, this is strange because this came up in one of the other groups too. It's like I feel like this is mixing things from some of the other. This is very interesting. I did not expect this. It's like in one of the other groups I had for the person I was reading for, they were in a relationship when they met their future spouse, or thinking about a relationship. And here we have, it looks like on your future spouse's side, they might be still in a relationship or still healing from a relationship, or still thinking about a past relationship at the time that they meet you. Which is interesting, because I really didn't think this would come up for my... Oh, okay, we've got 8 of Cups on the bottom of the deck. So they may have just left a relationship, or when they meet you, maybe that's what makes them decide that they want to leave. I know that can get kind of complicated and dicey, but it definitely does look like there's a relationship here. I don't know, maybe they're trying to like heal from a breakup because of the walking away here in the 8 of Cups. Either that, or it could also be an interpretation of this could be that, like, I don't know, like they're trying to take more time for themselves because they're so used to like giving to others, like giving to their relationships, or just giving, like giving a lot to others, being like engaging a lot with others, and they're just taking some time. They're deciding they want to be more, like they want to be more by themselves for a while, and just kind of more turn inward, be more introverted for a time. I don't know. There's a few different ways that these cards are hitting me. So is there anything else you want to tell me about what's going on in their group 4's future spouse's life at the time? Oops. Oh, great. I dropped it. No. Okay. Okay, so we've got Judgment, and it looks like, you know, she's releasing this. This thing is like being released from her chest. Kind of looks like her spirit. And yeah, we have the Hermit here. So I was thinking to myself, like they're going into hermit mode for a little while or something. And so that makes sense. I'm trying to get there we go. But like, it feels positive. It doesn't feel like, oh, I'm, you know, sadly withdrawing from the world. It feels like they just want to go inward, you know, they want to see what they find inward. It's maybe they're recharging, you know, because, oh, we've got the Ace of Wands here. If it will focus. Yeah, Ace of Wands. So maybe they're just coming up with like a new creative, like they're going inward for a while after a time period of like really being out there and like really kind of pushing themselves really hard to like they might have had a like a really active schedule for a while, and maybe it was like a really active social, like they were really active in socializing in some way, because with the Queen of Wands, yeah, like they were engaging a lot with others, and they were working really hard on their goals in some way. And like they were really drawing a lot of like, it was like they were putting like a lot of energy out. Like they were like it took a lot of strength to do this. And I feel like now they're going into a period of like recharging. And maybe this time of like recharging and like being more by themselves is going to really like reignite their creative ideas, because I did say it feels like you're both creative. It's like, yeah, it's almost like they really might be an artist of some sort of, or a musician, because it does feel like it's like they were out there, they were putting their stuff out there, they were working really hard, and now like they need to go inward and recharge. And it's like when they go inward or like are more by themselves, like in this hermit mode, that's when they get like a creative inspiration for like, get like new inspiration for like a new project. Yeah. Yeah. And no, yeah. You know how I was talking about, it just feels like they need balance right now. They're trying to, like, they've been really in one mode and now they need to like balance it out with this rest period. Yeah. And here we have the Justice card, which just feels like the balance. Like they've really been in one mode and now they need to be in another mode for a while to like reignite their creativity. Feels like, yeah, to like get new ideas, to, yeah, to feel like, yeah, to conceive of new creative ideas. Okay. Knight of Pentacles. It doesn't want to focus unless I like cover these cards. Okay, it still doesn't want, there we go. Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, it just feels like, you know how he's just like out there, he's barefoot, just like strolling around. I feel like this person is just like, yeah, they're taking it easy. They're taking it slower right now. They're like, they're slowing down. They're being more leisurely. They're making time for just like to go on like walks, to just be by themselves, to just take things at a slower pace at the moment. Because I feel like they were going really fast, like the Chariot card, like they were going full speed ahead. And now they're just like walking at a leisurely pace, calming down a little bit, going inward, being the hermit for a minute so that they can recharge and, you know, come, yeah, so that these new creative ideas can come in. And King of Swords. They might be an air sign. So I think Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, right? Pretty sure I got those right. I don't know why that's slipping my mind. Anyway, so that could be a confirmation. They don't have to be though, but I see he looks like very pensive and like very much in his thoughts. And that makes sense because again, it feels like he's by himself. And like here we have the King of Swords. He's like up on the top of a mountain by himself, just like him and these animals around there, around him, just thinking, you know, like pondering, contemplating, maybe ruminating, I don't know, but it feels more like it's just like he's taking time by himself. You know, Knight of Pentacles, he's just going on a walk in nature. Here he's also sitting in nature. He's just, yeah, by himself thinking. So it's, yeah, it is. It's just like they're just recharging. They're being by themselves. They're opening their mind. They're just being in their own thoughts for right now. And I feel like that's going to lead to creative inspiration. Yeah, Two of Wands. Two of Wands. So I do feel like with this card, since she's like inside, but she's looking outside and we've got the globe here, it's kind of like, I do get the feeling it's like, it's not like they never want to go back outside again. It's like they're still thinking about the outside world. They're going to go back down, like they're going to go back out there eventually. But for right now, they're inside. Like for right now, they're removed from it. For right now, they're enjoying their time by themselves. They're enjoying their quiet time. They're enjoying being disconnected from like being unplugged from the world for a little while. With plans, probably, yeah, once these creative seeds take root, they'll have some plans to go back out and maybe do it all again. I don't know, like new adventures, new creative projects that they'll, excuse me again, that they'll want to share with the world, I feel like, or, you know, share with their community, but like put out into the world. Yeah. Okay. And this, like, yeah, it's like, I feel like this is her spirit in the card. So it just feels like letting her spirit out of her body is just kind of what it looks like in the card, and I'm feeling like drawn to the image. So instead of the meaning of the Judgment card, typically I'm drawn to like what's going on in the image. It just feels, again, like they're letting their spirit recharge. It's like they're letting themselves just be only around their own energy for a little while. And just like letting their spirit recharge, like letting their energy, I'm hearing like let their energy recharge, like their physical energy recharge. And yeah, just like feeding their, I just feel like it's a time of like really nurturing and feeding their body, mind, and spirit, their soul. So that's cool. So I guess that's the new beginning for them. I guess it's just like, it just seems like a really big shift from what they have been doing. Probably because it really does feel like they've been so out there and like working so hard and being like so diligent, and like they've just been doing so much that now this period of just like full stop, now they're, you know, going into hermit mode feels like a complete opposite of like the life that they were in before. So it may not even be that like they plan to do this forever, because here we see that like they're getting creative ideas and they plan to go back out again. So I do feel like it's not like this is a giant shift in their life that will be like permanent. It's sort of just like the new beginning is like a cycle or a phase, and it's like then they might go back to sort of being more in the cycle they were in before, but maybe not as intense as before. I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe they want to do something new. Maybe they want to do, yeah, something different than they've ever done before, like a creative inspiration for something completely new, totally different than the projects or the types of projects that they were doing before. Maybe they want to channel their creativity into a different direction. So, yeah. Okay, so that's what they're doing at the time that you guys meet. That's what you're doing. That's what they're doing. And okay, so now I'm going to get the location card so we can find out where you guys are most likely to meet. So for some of the other groups, like multiple cards came out for most of the groups, but like because there's multiple people here, or it could be because there are several possibilities of where you could meet in the universe. Since it's not like super close by, they might not know exactly like where, like there might be options of where you guys might meet, and they might not know until the time gets closer. So anyway, I'm not sure if we'll get like one card or if we'll get multiples. In the one group, we pretty much got like one card. So it seemed way more likely that they would meet in like one type of location, but we'll see. All right. So where is group 4 going to meet their future spouse / future life partners, you know, their long-term person, their forever person. Where are they going to meet? Exciting. Where are you gonna meet, guys? Where are you most likely to meet? We will see. Going to meet. Okay. Okay. Where are you guys most likely to meet? Thought they were going to come out, but they didn't. Okay. Huh. It's one card. House. It's just one card. This seems pretty okay. It says house / home. And my handwriting is terrible because I was not trying to make it look nice. Okay, but on the bottom of the deck, we have museum / art gallery / exhibit of some sort. So again, it is absolutely dreadful handwriting. I don't know. I feel like I've failed as a Virgo. Like all the other Virgos I've ever seen have like such pretty handwriting, and I never did well with that. I don't know. Especially for this though. I mean, it's usually a little bit better than this. I was writing quickly because I was getting like a lot of, like I was channeling the deck. So it's like as I had the cards in my hand, and like as the ideas came through, I put them down. I mean, I guess it wasn't really, I was just putting the ideas that I had coming into my head on the cards as I had the ideas. So it was like quick, and they look like that. But anyway, I'm sorry. I probably did not need to explain it like that. That was an over explanation. But anyway, so house / home was the only thing that popped out. And then we have the museum, or an exhibit. And that's interesting because I was talking through this whole thing about how you guys have such an intense like creative energy, and then we have like the museum or the art gallery or an art exhibit or an exhibit of some sort coming out here. So but then the house and the home is interesting. I wonder if it's almost like they live in the place where they like display their art. Like maybe some of you, or maybe you are, showing your art. And maybe, okay, I'm getting a couple different meanings for this. It could be either literally, you guys literally meet them while you're in your house or while you're in their house. I'm not sure exactly how that would go, but I guess there are some scenarios. I don't know. Maybe, like for instance, I guess it could be like maybe if you met online, you're technically in your house. Maybe you're in your house online at the time that you meet, or one of you is. Oh, I just got a really weird heart palpitation. Okay, so that could be something for some of you. That could be a confirmation. I'm okay. I feel fine. This just happens sometimes when I read. I don't know why, but I seem to be physically okay. So anyway, house, home, like I'm healthy. It's just, I don't know, that happens sometimes. All right, so house or home could be that, or I don't know, maybe you walk your dog past their house, or they're walking their dog past your house. Or for some reason, one of you gets called to the other person's house. Maybe like, I'm not sure how that would go, but like, I'm not sure why. Or I also really am getting though, like maybe someone sort of has like an art gallery connected to their house. Could be a certain thing. Or it's sort of like the place where you guys meet feels like home to you, or like feels like their home base in some way, or it's like really close to their home, or it's really close to your home, or it's like a place that feels like home to you, or a place that feels like home to them. So those are the possibilities that I'm seeing for those scenarios, but that looks like it for you guys. So it looks like it'll be one of those places, or it could be just that it's a museum, art gallery, or exhibit of some sort. It doesn't have to be anything related to the home. So it could be like either one of those scenarios, or it could be like a scenario that's like combined, like these two cards combined. So that's why I mentioned all of those. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna find out, if you want to get all the final details, we're going to find out what is specifically happening, like event-wise, on the day that you meet, or this will at least be within the week that you guys meet, if not the actual day. So we're gonna get some tarot for that. We'll see what's going on your side and what's going on their side, specifically on the day or within the week at the very least that you guys meet, so we can get more pinpoint idea of like when the time is getting closer. So I like to do it this way instead of like asking specific like months or years and stuff like that, like getting dates. I find this I think this is helpful, like for guessing timing, like finding out specifically what events are happening at the time can sometimes give a better idea. At least for me, it tends to. So, okay. So that's fine. Sorry, the camera cut off again. Okay. So I'm going to move those to the side, and we're going to find out again what is happening on your side, what specific events are happening the day or the week, of your meeting. And again, things do not want to shuffle. Okay. That was a better shuffle. Okay, I feel good about that. All right. So okay, wow, that was quick. All right. So, okay. Well, it looks like maybe you are actually not having the best day ever or the best week ever. Okay, but that's interesting. We've got 9 of Cups on the bottom of the deck, but we have Ace of Pentacles. Okay, and we have Ace of Pentacles, which looks good. Definitely good. So, I mean, at first it looks like you're feeling pretty happy. You're enjoying your life. I definitely feel like you guys are probably single. And okay, we've got 10 of Swords here though. So, like, I feel like there's something kind of difficult that happens the day or week that you meet your future spouse. You're not feeling super great about it, but at the same time, we've got good things here. Like, this is feeling like very content and happy. And then this is like kind of the complete opposite, and feeling like, especially in this deck, it's like, yeah, it's like some sort of, something seems like it's crushed. Like your hopes feel a bit crushed, or like yeah, it's like you're feeling crushed in some way, or you're feeling like, with this Ace of Pentacles, I feel like maybe something didn't quite work out the way you had hoped it was going to work out, and it's kind of making, like, it's kind of put you into a place where you're like doubting and kind of feeling like you're not going to get anywhere. Like maybe it kind of feels like maybe you had a big disappointment, like something did not work out well. I keep being drawn to the mirror too. So some of you might just actually be really feeling like bad about yourself, because you know this is a creative pursuit and you guys have big goals. Maybe someone has given, something has happened here that I think has really maybe shakes your confidence, or it just kind of feels like It really shakes your confidence or makes you feel like, oh, maybe I won't be successful. Or maybe I can't do this. Or maybe like the opportunity that you were, like an opportunity you were counting on, or like a specific goal that you had did not work out. And it just left you feeling really like gutted in some way. And this is probably related to your, you know, your career, or, you know, whatever project this is. Yeah, I just feel like it shakes your feelings of like confidence a little bit. But since there's this like good card here, and this is good, I feel like it's not anything like enormous, but it might feel like a lot at the time, if that makes sense. It's like from an objective, like later on you might look at it and be like, okay, I guess it's not probably really this big of a deal. It's not like a huge deal breaker. It's not the end of the world. But in that moment, for some reason, it's like, it feels like the end of the world, or it feels like the end of a dream, or the end of a, you know, like things, it really shakes you up and makes you wonder, am I going to get there? Or am I, you know, am I cut out for this? Or can I do this? Like, can I get there? Or like, am I good enough, or something like that? Might be some things coming up, just like a little bit of doubt. But I feel like it's one of those things that will pass pretty quickly. For some reason, it's just something that really, I feel like emotionally impacts you at the moment. And it feels really awful. And you might have some like, you know, a short time period of feeling like maybe I can't do this, or maybe this won't work out. But I don't feel like it's a true, like, really awful thing that is gonna like take a long time to get over. I feel like it's more like a short term, like a short-lived bad feeling, or like a short-lived shake up of your confidence, or, you know, like it's short-lived. It's not like a long lasting thing, if that makes sense. Yeah, but it definitely looks like you've gone through a disappointment, because we don't have the Tower here that came out. We don't have like any of like the big major, like shocking, huge life events. It's not major arcana. It's just, it's all minor arcana here. So I really do feel like it's like a temporary thing. And I feel like then you'll probably get back on track. But it looks like you're having a bit of a bummer day, or it looks like you're having a bit of a difficult week or a difficult day when you meet your future spouse. Okay, so, and maybe you feel like an opportunity's lost, or like you're, yeah, like what I said already, pretty much. Okay, so then we have, all right, on their side, what's going on the day that you meet on their side, or the week that you meet. What is going on for Pile 4's future spouse on the day, during the week that they meet? What is going on for them? Okay. 7 of Swords. That's interesting. Oh, and 2 of Cups. Okay. Honestly, this feels like, well, you know, this is usually stealing, like backstabbing, cheating, something like that. So, and this is the 2 of Cups. Strange. Are they, is it like bringing up that, and then there's 10 of Pentacles down. It's almost like, is this person with someone when you guys meet? Because this almost feels like sneaking, you know, like sneaking away, sneaking behind, like sneaking away, or sneaking behind, you know, being underhanded. And we had the 2 of Cups, so either like their partner maybe cheating on them, or doing something shady, or something underhanded, or like someone, Yeah. Okay. Because we have the Six of Swords here under there as like a clarifier, and then Justice here. Like, it's like leaving. Like maybe they're trying to leave their partner. I mean, I doubt it would feel like because I don't think this would be them cheating. This would be super weird. No, I think they feel like maybe they're okay. I kind of feel like they're okay. Yeah, because then there was like there's the Five of Pentacles that was peeking out too, and where this girl looks like she's left. Yeah. I feel like maybe this partner is or this person, your future spouse, is leaving another partner like the week or the day that you meet, because it looks like maybe their partner has done something. Maybe their partner has cheated or done something, like they found out they were doing something behind their back, or they were like, or their partner's leaving them. Maybe their partner left them. It's either they left or their partner left. And there was something like, I really, really do feel like there might have been some sort of cheating involved. I don't think it would be your future spouse that would be the one that cheated, because that just doesn't fit with the rest of, yeah, no, because it was like this, yeah, the Six of Swords, her like moving on, yeah, that's usually moving to calmer waters, like moving to something better. I would not be surprised. Yeah, it's either that, okay, this was not, I don't feel like this was a healthy relationship that they were in. Something happened here. This person, I think, experienced some sort of betrayal. Like their partner was doing something behind their back that was not good. They may have been cheating. And I feel like your person, like your future spouse, the week, wow, this looks like it's an intense week. It's interesting. It does not look like either one of you are having a real great week here when you meet, because it does feel like they've been cheated on, or, yeah, betrayed in some way by another partner, and they're leaving. Like, I think they're leaving their partner. Either that or their partner left them. Okay. Can you give me some clarity? Like, are they the ones leaving, or are... Oops. Okay, well, we've got the Lovers. So again, that's like confirming that this is like a relationship thing going on. The Lovers, the Queen of Cups. With the World on the bottom of the deck. Okay, they're happy about it, I think. In some way, I mean, I'm not saying like, because the end of a relationship's always difficult in some way, but I feel like this person is glad to be done. Like, I think they're glad to have this, like, I think this could also be part of the new beginning thing that I was talking about. I don't know. It just seems like, I feel like they're feeling more at peace. They're feeling happier about the end. Hey guys, it's me from the future. I'm doing a voiceover of this because I was really, really I just feel like I didn't do the reading justice, because this part was really confusing. So I feel like it's not that your future spouse is happy about the breakup exactly, but it's like there's this aspect. It's like they're trying to it's almost like they're trying to be happy, or they're trying to be positive, like focus on the positives of the situation, like whatever positive part of it they can find. But it's not like they really feel that positive. It's just like but they do. It's like a weird thing. It's like they are upset that like this happened, and it came as a shock, and this partner, like the betrayal came as a shock, and obviously they're not happy about that because, obviously that's not a happy thing, but it's almost like at the same time they are just trying to be happy that at least they're not with this person anymore, and that they know the truth of what happened here. I feel like I think it is very possible that they were cheated on or left for another person. But I feel like whatever the case is, they're just trying to focus on their own healing now. And they're just trying to look forward to or not look forward to, but just thinking about, okay, well, what can I do right now to just heal? So that's why we have the Nine of Pentacles here and the Four of Swords coming out. They're just like, okay, well, I'm going to try to look at the positives. I'm just going to stay single for a while and just try to heal. The Tower's there because this did come as a shock. They weren't expecting to be single. I think that this was a long-term relationship, and I think at some point, they just really didn't expect this, and that makes sense. If there was betrayal, or cheating or something, obviously, they weren't expecting that. So yeah, it was just it was a difficult situation for them. It came as a shock, but now they're just going, it's instead of focusing on how in pain they are, though, it feels like they're just really trying to, they're trying to have the most positive perspective on it they can. It feels like they don't want to, it feels like they want to, it just feels like they want to move on. They just want to move on as quickly as possible is a feeling that I have from the pain, but they know it's going to take a while. So I just feel like they're I think they're planning to stay single for a while now. After this happened, I think they have a plan of wanting to stay single for a while so that they can heal. I think that's why those two cards came out together. But yeah, also I wanted to add that there is a, yeah, no, I think that's about all I wanted to say about that. I think, they are really, I feel like they are feeling very emotional about the situation, but it's but I don't, I'm trying to describe the feeling of this person. It's I just feel like overall they're a very positive person. And it's I don't think that they're super used to having huge tower moments like this, or they just they really, they don't like to feel like they're being taken, they don't want this to completely derail their life. And I feel almost it's so shocking that in a way there's almost a possibility that it could derail their life, but they don't want that to happen. But there's something about this that feels because the Tower is here, it almost feels there's something so intense about it that it's almost something about this is such a big deal that it almost could derail their life in a way. And I think it's possibly because this was a long-term relationship. I felt they could have actually, some of them could have had a family with this person, or they talked about having a family, or they talked about having future plans. So this really came as a shock, and something about it is shocking to the point where it just feels it just feels like it has the potential to really really set them back in some way or really impact like every facet of their life. I mean, obviously when we go through a heartbreak, a lot of times it does impact like all areas of our life, but this feels like a bigger thing than even a regular breakup. It's something very, it's like a really, something really, really not good happened. Like, I feel like something pretty significantly bad happened in this. It was just something really shocking with the tower. It really came as a shock. And I think it was that this person really, they were really mistreated. Like they really were not treated fair in this situation. Something really bad happened, but they're trying not to, like they don't, it's like they're trying to fight. It's like they don't want it to take them down though. It's like for some reason I just keep feeling that like they're like, this is like, I'm not going to just like let this take me down, or like I'm not just gonna like it's sort of like they're just trying to still stay positive even though this really bad thing has happened. But they know that, and they know, yeah, I'm just feeling like they're like they know the best way though to get through this or get, you know, to heal from this is to stay single for a while. That was something really strongly that was coming through. And I think that was all I really wanted to say about this section of cards. It's kind of weird because I'm like, I watched the reading and now I'm trying to like go back and like better explain what it was that was going on here. I think I pretty much covered it with that. This was a confusing section of the reading because they weren't giving me like all the details, but I do feel like the main thing was that they were thinking to themselves, okay, I'm going to stay single for a while now. Like this, you know, like they were thinking of like a long period of being single, so that they could heal. So yeah, okay. I think that was all I wanted to say for this part. Okay, I'll move back to the original reading then, like the original audio. Kind of a rough, like not kind of, like it really, well, it looks like it's a rougher week, rougher day for your person than it is for you, but you're still having, you know, a disappointing day or week too. So it looks like the types of shakeups are different. It looks like for you it might be more career, money, goals, success related, and for them it looks like relationships and like, you know, yeah. So, well, this wasn't exactly how I was thinking this reading was gonna end. Like, I feel like I kind of left this on a kind of more disappointing note. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get some. I want to get some cards then, like about how maybe how you guys are gonna feel when you meet each other. Like how are you gonna feel? Like how are they gonna feel the first time they see you? Because I want to get something a little more. We'll see about that. Okay. Oh, see, oh, okay, that's interesting. So, well, when they meet you, they see seven of Pentacles and Knight of Cups. So, wow, that's interesting. I guess they can't be too terribly broken up about this entire ordeal because it does look like they even have romantic feelings the first time they meet you. Like, it feels like some pretty strong romantic feelings, and they do, like, it looks like they're thinking that this could grow into something like, oh, I mean, like this could grow into something romantic. Like this has potential. This has potential for romance. And with the Temperance here and the Sun of, like, I feel like they're not, you know, obviously they're not ready to jump into anything when they meet you, is kind of the feeling. But like they're at a new beginning phase of their life, and I think they're open. I don't know, it seems like they're open. And they do definitely think you guys have potential when they meet. And obviously you do, because you end up, this is your future spouse, you know, or your future long-term partner. So like your forever person. So obviously you do end up getting together. But it definitely seems like even the first time they meet you, they do see that potential. Like they do have those feelings for you. They do see like that it could grow into something. Like they have those thoughts, even though they're still in the midst of like this healing process. But I feel like, so this will probably be more of a slow progression for you guys, just because of like where they're at emotionally, when they, like where they're at in their life when they first meet you. But they definitely feel these feelings. That's definitely in there. Like they are thinking that, and they are thinking, wow, like they see that potential with you from the very beginning, even though they're in this kind of state. So let's see, how do you feel when you first meet them? Like, what are you thinking and feeling? I feel like this person might see you first. I don't know. Okay, how do you feel when you first meet this person? Okay, we've got King of Cups. And on the bottom of the deck, we have King of Swords. And then this one, Five of Wands. So that's that competition energy again. And then King of Swords. I feel like you're definitely, maybe you're actually trying to comfort this person in some way, because the King of Cups here is usually someone who's like kind of like an emotional rock for other people, or, you know, they're very kind and compassionate and like generous, giving of their time, and obviously very calm and grounded. So it looks like even though you're having a disappointing week here, you feel and he's meditating here. It's almost like you're giving something. Definitely feel like they see you first before you see them or something. It's like they see you first before like you meet. It's like they see you first, because this guy's got his eyes closed. Oh, and my ear's ringing. Okay, so it feels like a scenario where like they see you before you see them. It might actually be one of those things where like when you meet, quote unquote, for the first time, it's almost like they see you first, but you don't see them, which might kind of sound creepy, but like, I don't mean it to sound creepy, like not in a, but it's just like maybe they see you, like they're not stalking or anything, but they happen upon you, and they see you like from across a room, or they see you from, it's like they see you first before you see them. It does kind of feel like it's like you're in your own space, because he's like meditating. It's like you're in your own space, but you're also but this is about how like you feel when they see you. So maybe you feel, it looks like you're feeling good, because I'm seeing this like radiating outward. It's like you're radiating some sort of really positive energy. It's like you're putting out some really positive energy. You might actually be meditating or doing something. Maybe you're like in a public space, like maybe you're in a park or something meditating, or you're meditating in some way, or you're doing something spiritual. There's some sort of spiritual practice that I think you're doing, or something, or it's like you're putting out some sort of, I'm just feeling like you're putting out some good vibes. You're radiating some sort of positive energy, but I don't think you are like immediately aware of them. It's like they're aware of you, they see you, but you don't see them at first. And they're like seeing you radiating this positive energy, which is interesting because it kind of looks like you've had a rough day or a rough week, but you know, you're still radiating this positive energy. So maybe you're meditating because you're trying to get more grounded, or you're trying to, you know, feel better after whatever, like recover, you know, get back up from this blow that you sustained here. But it looks like whatever has happened here, like you're still radiating this really good energy. Yeah, like you're like, even though you're disappointed, or you feel like you've missed out on something, or you lost something, you still are finding a way to connect with your inner light and like spread that outward. I feel like spread it to, like, you're still spreading that out to others or something. I feel like this isn't making a whole lot of sense or something. I hope this makes sense. Like, when it happens, it'll probably make sense then. But it looks like even though you've had a rough week, you're still in a pretty good place. Like you've managed to get into a good place. Like the first time you meet your future spouse, or like the first time at least that they meet you. I wonder if it's like they see you at first, and then like maybe you are like kind to them in some way, or like you help them to feel better or something. Yeah, I think it might be something like that. Or just even like being in your presence somehow makes them feel better. It just feels like there's some sort of like healing energy being radiated towards this person. And if they've just gone through something bad, maybe that's like something that they really appreciate about you or something. It's like, I don't know, that's what I'm feeling. And like, I feel like you're gaining perspective on something, or maybe they see you as, maybe you're feeling a little bit, I'm feeling like there's some sort of like separation, or not, like there's some sort of barrier, or like you're sort of like not standoffish exactly, well maybe a little bit, but like you're like uncertain of this person or something. But you're still like feeling kind to them, but you've got like your boundaries up, and you're just kind of like assessing, like you're assessing something, or you're using your thought. Well, here we have him meditating, and here I just feel like he's thinking a lot. So it's like you're in thought, like you're using your mind a lot. You're analyzing something, or you're using your brain in some way. Yeah, because then we have the Queen of Swords here too. So those are also counterparts, but I just feel like you're a bit reserved, and you're just like observing. Like you're not closed off to this person, but you're just like, I don't feel like maybe you immediately fall head over heels or anything. Like, it just feels like one of those things where, like, you're just kind of thinking about this person, like, who's this? Or something. I don't know, like, that seems like the reaction. But, like, you seem like you like each other. They have some romantic feelings, but obviously they're not in a place for that right now. And, like, you are just like, I don't know about this person. I'm, like, just kind of, like, you're kind of, like, I don't want to say, like, you're analyzing them, but you're just kind of, like, contemplating them, or just, like, you're taking it in, or you're just kind of like, who, like, you're kind of trying to figure this person out or something. Like, you don't know. You're just like, what's this person about? Or, like, it's like you're not sure of them or something. Like, you're not sure of them when you first meet them, but, like, you do like them. But I feel like their feelings of, like, I feel like you're just not sure. There's something that makes you not sure about them for some reason. Like, you're not sure how you feel about them. But you don't dislike them, and it seems like you're nice to them, or you're, you know, I feel like it's friendly, but, like, you're just not sure how to take them, or you're not sure exactly how you feel about them. Like, you're not sure what your emotions are towards them. I think when you first meet, you're just like, Also, another thing is maybe you guys saw this person in meditation or in a dream, like, before you meet them, because I'm kind of feeling like they see you before you see them, but also at the same time, like, maybe you saw them before they saw you, like, in a vision, or like in a, so this is an interesting, like, addition to this story. So, like, maybe before you met in the 3D, you may have seen them too, but, like, the first time they see you, I think, is in the 3D. That's a separate message. That doesn't have to be for everyone, but that's another thing I was feeling, so I thought I'd throw that out there. But yeah, so it does seem like it's not like immediate fireworks sparks. It seems like that this is more of like a slow, maybe you start out as friends and you get to know each other, but whatever the case is, you guys clearly end up together, so it must go well. But this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like how you meet. So I hope this was enjoyable or helpful in some way, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you so much. And thank you for supporting my channel. If you could give my video a thumbs up or a comment down below, that would be really nice. I love hearing from you. Yeah, I hope to see you again sometime. I am sending you and your future spouse a lot of love and good luck, and I'm sending your future spouse especially healing, and I'm wishing you really good luck in these goals that you're working on. So, okay, yeah. Anyway, yeah, thank you for spending this time with me. I hope to see you again. Take care, Pile 4. Bye.